All right, good evening, council. This is our regular council meeting of March 12th, 2025. I will call the meeting to order at 5:31 p.m. and acknowledge that all members of council are present with the exception of Councillor Cox, who does send his regrets. And at this time, I'd also like to send our regards to Adam and his family. Before I begin, I'll just go through to the township land acknowledgement. The township of Adjala-Tosorontio is situated on the lands within Treaty 18, being a traditional territory of the Anishinaabe peoples, including the Ojibwe, the Odawa, and the Potawatomi nations, collectively known as the Three Fires Confederacy. This land is home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We acknowledge Indigenous peoples as stewards of the land, and we honor their resilience as well as their culture and of our shared respect for the lands, plants, animals, and waterways which sustains us all. We recognize the injustices against Indigenous peoples and are mindful that the decisions of government impact our shared land and all the inhabitants. We commit to reconciliation as a journey, foster Indigenous cultural awareness and educational opportunities, establish respectful and healthy relations with Indigenous peoples, continue to steward the land and its inhabitants, and to cultivate an inclusive community for all. So, Council, we're on to item 2, which is closed session. There is a recommendation to go into closed session for 3 confidential items. Do you have a mover? Sorry, Councillor Meadows, do you have a question?
I have a...
Okay, thank you. Madam Clerk, we can acknowledge that. Any other comments before motion? Okay. So do I have a mover to go into camera? I have Deputy Mayor Laux. Seconder, please. Councillor Simpson. Oh, okay, so that pursuant to Section 239(2) of the Municipal Act 2001, Council of the Township of Adjala-Tosorontio will convene in closed session at 5:33 p.m. to address the following items. Confidential legal counsel verbal report, advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose, and litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality, small claims court direction. The second item is confidential staff report HR 2025-001, personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees. It's regarding an employee contract. And the third item is confidential staff report HR 2025-002, personnel matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees, and that's with regards to staffing matters. Are there any questions on that motion? And just to confirm, Councillor Meadows, you have declared a conflict for the first item, so you are permitted to attend close for this second and third item.
Thank you.
All in favor of that resolution? And that is carried. All right, council. So we're going to reconvene in open session and then start with our regular council meeting. So there is a motion to reconvene in open session. Do I have a mover for that? I have Councillor O'Leary and a seconder, Councillor Simpson. So the Council of the Township of Adjala-Tosorontio reconvene in open session at 6:37 p.m. and to report on closed session items. So we did deal with 2 items, so we will address those concurrently, and then we have 1 item that we were going to go back into closed session later time. Councillor Meadows, you have declared at the start of the meeting on item 1.
And yes, Your Worship, and also item 2, I have a conflict of interest.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so that the recommendation, I'll carry the vote on the coming out of legal counsel, and then I'll do individual motions for each one. So I'll call the question on coming out of in camera. So that was moved by Councillor O'Leary and seconded by Councillor Simpson. All those in favor? And that's carried. Okay, so the recommendation is, the first recommendation is that the confidential staff report HR 2025-001 be received and that staff proceed as directed in closed session. So that's the second item. So do we have a mover for that recommendation? I have Councillor O'Leary, seconded by Deputy Mayor Locks. All those in favor? And that is carried. And then the third item we will be returning into closed session for. Okay, so we will start the open session at 6:39 p.m. Welcome everyone to our regular council meeting of March 12th. Just as a reminder, before we begin here, for all persons in attendance here this evening, to please set your cell phones and other electronic devices to silent. So we're on to item 4, which are additions. Looking to council to see if there are any additions for the agenda this evening. Seeing none. All right, we're on to item 5, which is the adoption of the agenda. Do I have a mover to adopt the agenda, please? I have Deputy Mayor Locks and seconder, Councillor O'Leary, that the agenda for the regular council meeting held on Wednesday, March 12th, 2025 be adopted as presented. Any questions on that? All those in favor? And that is carried. Item 6 are disclosure of pecuniary interests. Councillor Meadows, I'll acknowledge and the clerk has acknowledged that you have declared prior, and those will be included at this time. Are there any other declarations of pecuniary interest from members of council? All right, seeing none, if you do find yourself in that situation at a later time, please declare then. So we're on to item 7, which is the adoption of the minutes. There are 3 sets of minutes, February 12th, January 10th, and February 25th. Can I get a mover to, or sorry, can I get a council member to move that motion, please? I have Councillor Simpson and seconded by Councillor O'Leary. And that the motion is that the minutes of the regular council meeting held on Wednesday, February 12th, 2025 be adopted as presented. That the minutes of the special council meeting held on Friday, January 10th, 2025 be adopted as presented. And that the minutes of the special council meeting held on Tuesday, February 25th, 2025 be adopted as presented. Any questions on the minutes? And all those in favor? And that is carried. All right, so that takes us on to 8.1, which is presentation from Trish Woods. And I believe Ms. Reed is going to provide that presentation this evening. It's regarding the communications update. So Ms. Reed, I'll hand the floor to you.
Thank you, Your Worship, and good evening, Your Worship, members of council and the public in attendance at this evening's meeting. Ms. Woods does send her regrets this evening. There was a death in the family, as we do send out our condolences to Ms. Woods and her family this evening. She was looking forward to be present here today with council. Trish Woods is our new communications officer here at the township. She joined the township in January of this year and had already made multiple enhancements to our corporate communications, including the policies that are on the agenda this evening for council's consideration. Next slide, please. So this evening we are discussing communications. We're the current state of the township and where we're hoping to guide the township over the course of this year. I want to remind council that this is just the starting point of this conversation and that the communications division will continue to grow and find proactive ways to engage and inform the public as the township continues to evolve. Next slide, please. Just as some background information, as council is aware, the communications officer position and the communications policies are being presented to council this evening as they align with the 2024 to 2028 strategic plan. That plan identified communications as a standalone strategic pillar to ensure that clear, consistent communication occurred with the community. And the program that we're presenting this evening is our response to that. Next slide, please. So we'll start off by discussing social media this evening. Next slide, please. So one way that we can accomplish our goals as they relate to communications is through the use of social media. So here at the township, our social media is being revisioned to improve public engagement and to allow for residents and members of the public to be part of the conversation. As you may have noticed, commenting on our social media posts has now been enabled and will be monitored as outlined in the social media policy being presented to council tonight. And this is just to provide members of the public another way to communicate with the township and join in the conversation. Next slide, please. Part of our enhanced social media also includes the addition of a township Instagram page. For anyone that's in attendance or watching this meeting online today, please follow us on Instagram at Adjala-Tosorontio. This decision was made to drive engagement with key demographics. Next slide, please. When we have a look at our analytics, one of our largest driving demographics currently is 35 to 44-year-olds. The response obviously to Instagram, as that is part of the millennial cohort, and they're more active on Instagram than they are Facebook at this time. When we look at this demographic, these are typically individuals with busy lives, and the standard rule in communications these days as it relates to social media is that we have a 3-second window to engage and spark interest in our content. And so our goal then is to use our social media and Instagram through the use of pictures, bright colors, and our branding is to expand our reach to the community. It's interesting though, because as we look at our early analytical trends from the period of January 1st to February 28th, we're seeing that a lot of our analytics are being driven by residents of the GTA. They're the ones staying most informed and engaging with our content. At this time, staff speculates that this is most likely driven by real estate. So that's something that we are keeping an eye on as we move forward with our social media. Next slide, please. And next slide. So as I was saying, we are using social media metrics to now monitor engagement and to develop strategies to attract and engage users. As I previously mentioned, these new analytics are being tracked from the period of January 1st to February 28th. During that time period, Facebook has had over 63,000 views. And the good piece of this information is not only are we being seen, but we did have 377 content interactions. So not only are people viewing our content, but they're liking and sharing it. So this is expanding the township's reach across all social media networks. Next slide, please. And so one of the great things that we can do with this expanded social media reach is we can drive this traffic back to our township website, where additional and more detailed information is available for individuals. And through the capital website project, the goal is to create a more welcoming website that's easier to navigate for visitors, to increase the amount of time that they spend on that website so they can learn more about the services that the township has to offer to them. Next slide, please. And so here are just some samples of the current social media posts that we have been using. Again, as I previously mentioned, we only have a 3-second window to grab the attention and engage with people who are looking at our content. And this is, of course, we want to make sure that our branding and our colors are front and center. So everything that they can see, they can relate back to the township and have a good understanding of the core services that we're providing to them. Next slide, please. And so from council today, the request from the communications division is that you share our corporate social media posts to help ensure that accurate and up-to-date information is being shared with residents and to help spread our key messages to drive further engagement. And so this is something that all council can be doing to, again, help us expand our reach on social media and hopefully drive members of the public back to our website. Next slide, please. And so today, as I previously mentioned in this presentation, we do have 2 policies that are coming before council for consideration. Next slide, please. And these policies build on the values of the township, and they work to create consistency across departments and ensure a unified corporate voice for the township. Next slide, please. The policies in front of you this evening also outline the roles for crisis communication and take into account the legal and ethical standards that need to be upheld by the township when engaging in corporate communications. So this includes also social media, but as well as press releases and media relations. Next slide, please. Ultimately, the goal of the policies is to provide a framework for enhancing public engagement and guiding the township into a proactive communications position, along with engaging in additional media relations. Next slide, please. And next slide, please. So as I touched upon earlier in the presentation, the township is currently redeveloping our website with an anticipated launch date of September 2025. Next slide, please. So communications is going to continue and grow, and the use of social media will continue to be refined based on the metrics to drive engagement. And this will be supported. This can be supported by council sharing corporate communications to extend the township's reach. And of course, we will be reporting back to council when the website is ready to be implemented this fall. And part of the reporting back that we'll be doing is we also will be presenting a corporate communication plan that aligns with our 2024 to 2028 strat plan to support that as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Reid. Appreciate that. And I appreciate being able to stand in. And on behalf of council, we do send our regards as well to Ms. Woods. Council, if there are questions on the presentation, Ms. Reid could take some now, but the communications policies are within the agendas as well. So we have an opportunity at that time to review those. Are there any initial questions at the moment? Councillor Simpson?
No questions, but I would like to extend my thanks to Ms. Woods and to the communications team, especially for the work that they've been doing. I certainly noticed the improvement in the service that we're providing to residents, and I think it's been wonderful, especially as somebody who's within the 34 to 44 cohort. I tend to use social media a bit, and it's nice that we have, especially within my Facebook page, I've been able to share a lot of the things that the township has been providing, and I think that's excellent. Excellent for our residents, and I certainly encourage residents to join that group or follow that page so that they can also be get up-to-date information. Thank you.
Good, thank you. All right, so there is a recommendation that the presentation from Robin Reid, Manager of Corporate Services Clerk, regarding communications update be received. Do I have a mover for that motion? Councillor O'Leary, seconded by Councillor Borzos. Any further questions or comments? All those in favor? That is carried. Okay, so that takes us on to deputations, 9.1. We have a deputation from Tanya Perrier in person, I believe. Tanya, thank you. She's the fundraising coordinator at the Alliston District Humane Society, and it's with regards to the annual Wolf Walk fundraiser. So Tanya, if you'd like to come up to the podium and just make sure that the green light is on the mic there for you. And if you'd like to proceed with your deputation.
Mr. Mayor, Councilman, and the public, I am here on behalf of the Alliston and District Humane Society to request a waiving of the fees as well as permission to use the outdoor property, the path, the fields, as well as the gazebo, as well as possibly using the inside hall for in case of weather. We have weather issues. There would be no animals coming into the building if we did have to use the inside hall. Our Wolf Walk is an annual event that we've been holding for many years. And it's one of our biggest events. And it's like a dog walkathon. So people collect sponsors, they come with their dogs, they walk a 1 or 2 kilometer path with their dogs. We throw a barbecue for the participants. I've already contacted the health department and they've allowed this with stipulations that we're going to follow. And then we also are requesting to be allowed to have non-food vendors. We usually have about 8 to 10 vendors that sell dog paraphernalia as well as jewelry and things like that. So this is for June 7th. 2025. And so we're hoping you could allow us to hold the event here. We have in the past held our Easter events here in the hall and have never had any issues and always, I am personally going to be running the program to make sure everything is cleaned up and left the way it was when we got here.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
If you'd like just to stay put for one moment and see if there's any questions from council. So are there any questions or comments through to the deputation? Yes, Councillor O'Leary.
Through the chair, the only question I have is, will you be providing insurance for this occasion, like a special permit or something, just in case there's an incident and we're not held responsible?
Yes, we do plan on providing insurance prior to the event to make sure that we're covered for that.
Okay, thank you.
Any other comments or questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I'm just going to look to Ms. Reed. So just confirm that June 7th was and is available here at the municipal office. And the understanding is as well that the applicant would be aware that this is a public space in the park area in the track, and that they would be sharing that space with anyone utilizing those spaces during the day as well.
Yes, through your worship. When we were first notified of this event coming to council, we did hold that day for the organization, so it is available. And as with all of our rentals, we do clarify that the park and spaces do remain open to the public.
Okay, thank you. All right, council, so there are a couple options for us to look at here. So there is a recommendation, of course, on the agenda. Is there anyone that would like to move that recommendation? I've Deputy Mayor Locks, the seconder, please, Councillor Meadows. Okay, so I'll read the recommendation that the letter from the Alliston Humane Society dated February 28th, 2025 regarding annual walk fundraiser be received, and that the rental fees be waived for the Alliston Humane Society to use the municipal grounds, including the track, gazebo, parking lot, all 3 soccer fields, and the public room on June 7th, 2025 for the purpose of the Wolf Walk, and that the Wolf Walk be permitted to have a maximum of 10 non-food vendors, and that proof of insurance be provided to the township prior to the event. Any further questions on this item? And all those in favor? And that is carried. The next item is 9.2, which is a deputation from Deneen Scott. I don't believe Ms. Scott was able to attend this evening. So there is a recommendation, and their letter is within the agenda. So I'm assuming council's had an opportunity to read that. So is there any questions through to staff on this item? Okay, seeing none. Do I have a mover for this recommendation? Councillor Meadows, seconded by Councillor Borzos. That the letter from the Royal Canadian Legion, Branch 508, Everett, dated February 18th, 2025, regarding extension of liquor license temporary patio be received, and that council approve the extension of the Royal Canadian Legion, Branch 508, Everett liquor license to include a temporary outdoor patio for the period of May 1st, 2025 to September 6th, 2025. Any further questions or comments? And all those in favor? That is carried. So that brings us to item 10, which is public meetings. 10.1 is the 2025 draft operating budget presentation public meeting. So I now declare this portion of the council meeting to be a public meeting to deal with the 2025 draft operating budget presentation at 6:57 p.m. And I will just go through this process first and then hand it over to Mr. Anderchuk. So I just want to acknowledge that any person may attend the public meeting and or make written or verbal representation regarding the 2025 draft operating budget. And please note all names and addresses will become part of the public record and will be included within the minutes of council. And so following the presentation, there will be an opportunity for public to provide comment here. Mr. Anderchuk.
Thank you, Your Worship. Next slide, please. So as part of building for our future, for our budget, I would like to start off with what our blended tax rate is for our municipality. So for 2025, our proposed blended tax increase is only 2.49%. So that equates into an increase in your taxes on $100,000 of assessment. You'd be paying another $25 in taxes. And for average home valued at $454,000, you would see a tax bill of about $3,900. And with that tax bill, only 46% actually goes toward township services, 35% goes toward county services, and 19% goes toward education. Next slide, please. So the next slide shows a comparison of the municipal blended tax rate. So as you can see from the slide, the township of Adjala, with a tax increase of 2.549%, has one of the lowest blended tax rates in Simcoe County, and I believe is one of the lowest in the entire Simcoe County area. Next slide, please. I'd just like to add a bit on our reserves. So as part of building for our future and continuing to invest in our reserves that are used for the replacement of aging infrastructure, as well as for the replacement of our fleet and equipment, our 2005 capital reserve contribution from operating is about 1.56 million, which equates to the cost of approximately one bridge. These annual reserve contributions provide a stable funding source and lessen the year-to-year fluctuations that taxpayers would see in the levy, as well as a need for any long-term borrowing. Council in the 2023 budget made the fiscally responsible decision to add funding to our capital reserves. Because prior to 2023, there was no funding being provided to our capital reserves. So the last 2 years, we've seen substantial increases in our capital reserves that were almost fully depleted a few years ago. And this year's budget will not see any increase in taxes as a result of these capital levy contributions, because it's already built into our base budget, and we're not asking for an increase in capital reserve transfers for 2025. Next slide, please. So part of building for the future. So within our human resources department, next slide, please. Within our human resources department, they are building for staff recruitment, retention, and a recognition plan. They will update and implement HR programs, policies, and procedures. And HR will utilize existing software to improve both efficiencies and staff retention. Next slide, please. And with our corporate services, they are enhancing our communications with corporate communication strategy and a website. They also will complete a full implementation of Laserfish and review department records and procedures. Also improving viewing of council meetings, both in person and online, through capital improvements through previously approved capital projects. And within our fire department, they are streamlining inspections through training in NFPA fire prevention by the fire and building departments, enhancing response times through automatic aid agreements with New Tech and Clearview Township, and proactive action through community risk reduction program, which will have our firefighters knocking on doors to educate the community on smoke alarm and carbon monoxide safety. In our building, planning, and bylaw departments, developing a bylaw for storage of commercial trucks, implementation of the cloud permit mapping tool to provide the public with access to planning and application status, and enhancing GIS mapping to include all zoning layers, planning exemptions, and amendments for each property. And in our Public Works Department, they are upgrading gravel roads to pavement to improve the durability and accessibility of roads, resurfacing of older paved roads to enhance drivability and long life, maintaining and replacing bridge and culvert structures to ensure safety. Again, in summary, our budget increase or tax increase that you will see is a 2.49% increase in taxes as a result of the 2025 budget. This 2025 operating budget has a net levy or amount required from taxes of 10.3 million, which is an increase of 981,000 over last year. I'd also like to emphasize that our tax increase of 2.49%, the blended tax increase, is one of the lowest tax, not just within the county, but one of the lowest tax increases we've seen in recent memory. In 2024, our blended tax increase was 3.79%. So in a medium household, we'll see an increase of less than $100 for a year on their taxes. And within that tax increase of 2.49%, we are seeing important elements built into the budget for building the future, including enhancements for clerks, bylaw, fire, and HR, totaling $252,000 that are included in the operating budget binder. There's important increases for funding for both fire and public works for other elements in their operating budgets, including fire protection equipment, training for public works, increases for winter control, equipment repairs, sidewalk repairs, and gravel road maintenance. And again, increases for salary and staff, as well as volunteer firefighters. And again, built into the budget with no tax increase is the all-important funding for capital reserves of approximately 1.6 million, which is the same as last year. So there's no budget increase as a result of these all-important funding of capital for capital projects. And I'd also like to point out, as part of the budget process, that council did approve our 2025 capital budget back in November 13th, 2024. The total approved capital budget totaled 3.751 million in capital expenditures. These capital expenditures are fully funded through development charges, grants, and capital reserve transfers, and with no impact on your 2025 tax increase. And some important elements included in our capital budget is over 2.1 million for infrastructure projects for roads, trails, and bridges, and 419,000 for parks improvement projects. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Anderchuk. Appreciate the presentation. Okay, so as I indicated, we are in a public meeting, so we will accept comments from the public. I will open the floor to anyone who would like to speak. So are there any persons that wish to provide comment on the proposed 2025 draft operating budget? And if so, please come to the podium, state your name and full mailing address, and proceed with your comments. Are there any persons wishing to speak on the 2025 draft operating budget? Mr. Pintle?
Keep forgetting. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of council. I have a couple of questions. There's one question on the Everett subdivision, which is a budget question. I understand the subdivision is moving quite fast. And in the past, we were told that for the old New Horizon plant needs to be decommissioned. And this was around 2017 or 2018. The cost to decommission that was around over $1 million. Has council decided or put any money aside for that decommissioning of that New Horizon plant? Or will it be taken from working funds from general taxation from the 75% of the people of the township?
Okay, Mr. Anderchuk, would you like to answer the question?
Yes, Mayor, to Mr. Pinto. Funding has not yet been set aside for the decommissioning of the New Horizons plant. However, the township is looking into grant funding that would help pay for the decommissioning of the plant and the building of a force main. And I believe we are still a few years away from that even occurring. And in respect of funding for the decommissioning of the plant, as well as funding for the force main with increased development as a result of Colgan, we are going to be seeing that the wastewater plant is projected, or sort of the wastewater budget will not project it not to rely on any funding from the tax municipal tax fund. So we are actually projected to put funding away in 2025 into the reserve fund for wastewater. But again, these are based on early projections. There's a lot of fluctuations within the market and the economy. With respect to Colgan subdivision, there are still more houses to come online to be added to the wastewater system. And quite frankly, at the end of the year, it will be council's decision if the wastewater has additional revenues and doesn't require anything from the working fund or the internal loan, whether we're putting that money toward the wastewater reserve to be used toward the New Horizons decommissioning, or whether we use it toward repayment of the internal loan, which is coming from the working fund reserve.
So if I understand right, then, and correct me if I'm wrong, so the Colgan residents, the money we get from wastewater from Colgan will help in offsetting the costs for any decommissioning of the New Horizon plant. And the reason I ask is because that whole bed is a biohazard. And it has to be taken out to a certain facility, it just can't be excavated. So it's like any septic bed, it's a biohazard, and it's a huge bed just behind. So that's the reason, that's the report that came to us. So that's the reason I'm asking that question.
So Mr. Pinto, I believe if I understood correctly from the treasurer, the wastewater fund would be self-sufficient, and any surplus from that would continue to be in the wastewater fund, and council has an option to fund multiple projects from that wastewater fund for wastewater projects. That's what I understand.
And the Colgan one would have to, the Colgan development would have to pay for those funds, right? Just clarification. Okay, just the second question I have then is, with regards to the working funds, I didn't see it on the budget. Is there no budget line for it? And is the reason why there's no budget line? And how is it being tracked?
With respect to the
fund.
Borrowing from the working fund, we do track it, and it was a recommendation from Councilor Meadows that we do actually include it in future budgets. So we do track it internally, what has been borrowed from the working fund and needs to be repaid.
Yeah.
back to the working fund. We do track it internally. It's not part of our budget package per se, but it's intended to include a schedule of what internal and external loans we have in future budget packages.
So will that then be in part of a future budget or something, the next year's budget?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. That's reasonable. And now I have just some questions about the water and wastewater, the balance questions. It's regard to the freezing of the rates and the 20% discount and everything. If, for example, we have a staff report, a staff report on the Colgan resident deputation that stated the water rates were frozen because of for the wastewater, sorry, because of washing of cars and watering of grass. So will that freeze be only for winter, or is it going to be all year round? Sorry, only for summer, or is it going to be?
I'm not going to allow that question. We're talking about the proposed 2025 budget. So if you have a question pertaining to the budget and the
Yeah, because that's going to impact the budget, right? If you're reducing finance coming in, it is going to impact the budget, the revenue. It's going to impact the revenue.
Correct. So that's
fine. If you
so
don't
that's
answer, that's fine.
So that's your question then.
Yeah,
Will it have an impact on the
that's
budget?
right. That's right. Yeah.
Mr. Anderchuk.
All my questions. Sorry if I didn't
Will it have
word
an
it
impact
properly.
on the budget?
Um,
2025 operating budget.
With respect to the 2025 budget, Mr. Pinto, if you're talking about, are you talking about the freezing of the weights or the
That's right.
proposal?
Water and wastewater. Water, because you're getting less revenue in now. So you're getting less revenue and the expenses are going to be the same or increasing with inflation. Is there going to be a problem for working funds? Because although you're saying that, yes, Colgan, the excess revenue coming from Colgan will, balance it out, but you never know.
Well, based on our 2025 budget for water and wastewater, we have conservatively estimated what the revenues and what our expenses will be. So based on the actual draft budget, we are looking at the reliance on the working fund decreasing in 2025 for water, really specifically to water. And with respect to wastewater, we're actually going to see no reliance on the working fund in 2025 based on what the rates are.
Okay.
Again,
Okay, thank
this
you.
is
Mr. Anderchuk.
it's an estimate. So
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, you explained pretty well. Just on another question I have then, with the regards to the Watson report, I see that the council and staff recommended that you collect data and send it back to the consultants. And I assume that would be Watson and Associates.
So that's again off. If you have a question
Yes,
related to the budget.
Yes, let me finish I'm coming to a question.
Thank you.
Okay, so that's so it's going to be Watson and Associates. What's the amount of cost that has been associated with kept aside for the budget to pay for this additional study? Is it going to be part of the old study, just an upgrade of the old study, or it's a separate budget item for a new study with these new numbers to justify the,
through the chair to
As your-
Mr. Pinto, we have included in the budget 10,000
okay.
for studies.
Yeah, okay, that's
Should we decide to go with Watson to tweak the study, we could ultimately do it internally without Watson's assistance.
Okay, and if not, it could be used within that 10,000, what you said, right? Okay. And then I have another question is, with regards to the, sorry, just a minute, please. Trade-offs. Oh, I think that's about it. You just cover up most of my questions. Oh, and just one last question then. With regards to the working funds, I understand that you are showing a surplus. When is this going to be refunded back and the working funds going to be, any more debt taken from working funds going to be eliminated and the money be put back, and when the residents going to see that? Because the date keeps going on back. We've been told since 2020, it was initially supposed to start in 2024 as per the old Watson reports, and it keeps getting pushed back. None of anyone's fault. It's not staff, not council fault, but it keeps getting pushed back and back and back. It's affecting because the residents are paying interest on that. So there's some question that money.
Thank you, Mr. Prindle. So
we
the
put
question
forward.
is, when is that going to be repaid
Yeah.
back? Mr. Anderchuk?
With respect to the working fund, as I said earlier, we are projecting that for 2025 budget, that water will have a reduced reliance on the working fund, and that for the wastewater budget, we're actually going to see no reliance on the working fund. So there's projected to be funds available either toward repayment of the working fund from wastewater, or it could be the surplus could be used toward putting funding into the wastewater reserve. Ultimately, I'll come with a report to council, and council will decide with my direction what we'll actually do. Within the actual the forecast from Watson, they were predicting that again, that funding from the working fund would no longer be needed in 2025 from wastewater, and for water, it would cease in 2027. And I actually think that's going to end a lot sooner. I think we'll see water in a position of being fully funding its expenses in 2026.
All right. Okay, thank you. Thank you, council, and thank you, staff.
Thank you. Are there any other persons in the audience wishing to speak this evening? Okay, seeing none. Madam Deputy Clerk, did we receive any comments in writing?
To you, your worship, no written comments were received in writing.
Okay, thank you. And to council, are there any questions from council through to the treasurer? Seeing none there. All right, so before I declare this meeting closed, I just want to acknowledge, as I did yesterday in our special meeting to discuss the operating budget, my thanks to staff and council for their diligence on this budget. It's a minimal proposed increase, and I believe the budget is to be well-rounded, impactful on building for our future, while recognizing the cost impacts to our residents. I see nothing but positive momentum, and thank you through to Mr. Andrzejczyk to continue that in this proposed budget. We are addressing longstanding issues that you just indicated, like water and wastewater. We're planning for the future in capital reserve contributions, adding incremental staff positions when needed and which don't have an impact on our budget. And we are investing in our staff and providing stability in our building department and in our policing budget. So my thanks to staff and council on that, and to acknowledge as well that the intention is to bring a budget bylaw to the April council meeting for adoption at that time. So it is 7:19 p.m. Sorry, 7:20 p.m. at the clock just changed. So it's 7:20 p.m. and I declare this public meeting to be closed. All right, so we're on to item 11, which is public comment. Members of the public may request their comments to be read by the clerk or present their comments orally. Only public comments related to an item on the agenda listed as staff reports, correspondence, or bylaws will be considered. Members of the public wishing to submit public comments can do so in writing to our clerk no later than 12 noon on the day of the meeting. And is there anyone in attendance who would like to provide their comments? If so, please raise your hand, and once called upon, proceed to the podium. Are there any persons in the audience wishing to speak to any items on the agenda under staff reports, correspondence, or bylaws? And seeing none. Madam Deputy Clerk, did we receive any comments provided in writing?
Through you, your worship, 2 public comments were received regarding item 16.1, bylaw 2025-016, amend wastewater rates bylaw. The first was from Kim Narowski on behalf of her mother, June Narowski, at 2635 Concession Road 7. It reads as follows. I'm writing on behalf of my mother, June Narowski, 2635 Concession Road 7, and I'm requesting that the following information and questions regarding agenda item 16.1 be read during public comment section of the March 12, 2025 meeting and be entered into the record. Further to Eric Wergel's staff report last month on the Colgan Subdivision Services Review under Part 2 Establishment of Water and Wastewater Rates. In the consideration section, he states, quote, council may wish to consider adjusting the wastewater rate to apply to 85% of the total water consumed. The 15% discount to wastewater would reflect seasonal usage for outside uses which do not affect the wastewater system, end quote. Number 1, what happened to bylaws 2024 2024-076 and 2024-077 passed in December 2024 to, quote, freeze both water and wastewater rates at the 2024 rate for the 2025 calendar year, end quote, so that, quote, council may better understand the impacts of higher water usage to the projections calculated within the 2024 water and wastewater study, end quote. And that staff was directed to, quote, prepare a staff report on water and wastewater consumption and projections to allow council to consider options for water and wastewater rates, end quote. A, at the direction of Mayor Anderson, at last month's meeting, staff was to prepare a new bylaw to apply a 20% reduction in wastewater, which was passed in a vote 4-3. Point 1. If there already exists a bylaw freezing water and wastewater rates, does this bylaw not need to be repealed first before you implement a 20% reduction in costs under the new bylaw? 2. I don't recall any rationale or justification being given at the February meeting to elicit a 20% reduction. When staff recommended considering a 15% reduction, where is the rationale for the 20% reduction? 3. If this new bylaw initiating a 20% reduction in wastewater costs is approved at this council meeting, what is the impact on the freezing of water and wastewater rates and the staff report that is to be forthcoming? Point 4. What happens when the staff report on water and wastewater consumption and projections is presented? The rates have to be adjusted by increasing the 2024 rates. Who is going to be covering any increases? Are non-users of the system going to be paying more through their taxes to the working fund to subsidize these increases? And is this legal? From information provided by our previous CAO email April 19, 2024, I was told that within the township, there are only 26% users of water and wastewater, and the remaining 74% are non-users, i.e. on wells, septic systems. As Mayor Anderson previously commented, non-users are not billed for water and wastewater. While I appreciate this comment, at the March 2024 council meeting, the finance report indicated that water and wastewater costs are at least in part paid through tax-based borrowing. Why are 74% of non-users through tax-based borrowing at least in part paying for these costs? And again, is this legal? While these same questions and several other questions were submitted to Mayor Anderson, Council, and staff on March 5th, 2025, to date, no one has responded to or even acknowledged my email. As of March 10th, I'm still waiting for a written response to all the questions posed in that email. The current customer service policy states that, quote, the Township of Adjala-Tosorontio values our customers and is committed to providing excellent customer service in all aspects of our business, end quote, and that they, quote, commit to responding to customer inquiries across all supported service channels within 2 business days, end quote. Further to this, in this meeting's communication update presentation under policies, it states that, quote, ensuring transparency and accountability by providing clear guidelines for sharing accurate, timely, and accessible information with residents, end quote, and it, quote, ensures all departments follow the same communication protocols, end quote. With this and our existing customer service policy, it will be interesting to see when these policies actually come into effect. Thank you for your time on these issues. The second public comment was received from Floyd Pinto, who was just here and spoke at the podium. It reads as follows. Number 5, what data did the council use to justify freezing the water and wastewater rates and now to add an additional 20% discount? Has the data been available to the council, and why has the data not been shared with residents as part of the bylaw approval? That's all, Your Worship.
Okay, thank you. I would just like to provide additional comment that Mr. Rowski did email today. There was some communication back to her, so there was some of those answers to her questions were provided to her. All right, so that takes us on to item 12, which is upcoming events and announcements. Are there any upcoming events or announcements from council? And seeing none, I do have a few here. First of all, I'd like to state that the outdoor community ice rinks were productive in Everett this year. And on behalf of council and the community, I would like to thank our dedicated volunteers for committing to supporting the outdoor ice rinks this past season. Your work is instrumental in making sure these community ice rinks are a pillar in our community. And I will acknowledge with the warm weather that they are closed for the season. And do not go on the liners because we want to save them for another year if we can. Second item is the International Women's Day, which was on March 8th. And this year's theme was Strength in Every Story. The theme highlights the importance of amplifying the voices of all women, particularly those who continue to face barriers to success. Also, this past Monday was Commonwealth Day, and as a country of Canada, we belong to the Commonwealth nations, one of 56 nations. And this year's theme is Together We Thrive. And in his message, His Majesty King Charles III expressed, quote, "In these uncertain times, where it is all too easy to believe that our differences are problems instead of a source of strength and an opportunity for learning, Commonwealth's remarkable collection of nations and peoples come together in the spirit of support and, crucially, friendship. The Commonwealth's ability to bring together people from all over the world has stood the test of time and remains as ever important today." And lastly, if you were here at the start of the meeting, we did go out to the foyer for a picture for the It Starts campaign, and March is It Starts month in the county of Simcoe. This is a public awareness campaign run by Simcoe County's local immigration partnership and is designed to take a proactive step towards addressing racism and discrimination in Simcoe County and works to promote a unified community that encourages collective action against racism and discrimination. The campaign coincides with the International Day for the Elimination of Racial Discrimination, which is celebrated on March 21st. And we encourage everyone to go to It Starts campaign site, which is www.simcoe.ca/itstarts. And you can share stories and pictures through that media and also through social media channels. And I'll just go back to council if there's any other announcements or Councillor Meadows.
Yeah, I just want to wish all our Jewish friends in the area a happy Purim. It starts tomorrow evening, so just have fun and enjoy yourselves.
Thank you, Councillor Meadows. Deputy Mayor Locks.
Thank you, through your worship. There is a social at the Everett Legion on Saturday night, celebrating one of our past firefighters, Terry Weatherup. So if you have time to come out for a green beer, I'm sure there might be some available there. Anyways, thank you.
Good, thank you. All right, so that takes us on to item 13, which is our consent agenda. Council, are there any items of consent that need to be pulled? Councillor Meadows.
Yeah, there's a few staff reports. I just have a question, if I could, to maybe you and the clerk with regards to the consent agenda. I thought when the consent agenda first came out, it was mainly for like correspondence and stuff like that when it came out. And now I'm seeing more and more staff reports coming out on it. And it's kind of concerning me that we're rushing through our meetings with staff have provided reports. And I think the public should be able to, listen to what our staff have to say on these reports that come forward, and for staff to do their due diligence when it comes to these public reports. So I'm kind of concerned that, they're not getting out there. So I just wanted to know when this started.
Okay, thank you. I believe the consent agenda was established to, as you said, to do the correspondence, but also information reports from staff that don't seek specific direction in most cases. So I'll go to Madam Clerk for further explanation.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through to Councillor Meadows. Yes, the consent agenda is used as a tool to bring forward information reports to Council. As you can see, staff was able to provide 7 information reports to Council and members of the public today on information around the township. It's an efficient way for staff to report back to Council on items that don't require any action, and so that all items are passed within one motion.
Supplemental. Yeah, I guess one of the concerns I have, Madam Clerk, is the fact that I asked for a notice of motion to come forward with regards to the Everett wastewater a while back. It was probably back in January. Then I was kicked out of a meeting and it got moved over to another meeting, but it never went forward. So I'm just wondering, it's come forward with staff reports here now, but it never went forward. So I'm just curious.
Madam Clerk?
Thank you. Through Your Worship to Councillor Meadows, I do believe that notice of motion was discussed at the subsequent meeting and passed, unless staff has now presented staff report IND 2025-07 in response to that notice of motion that was approved by Council.
Right, but what I'm saying is that should have come in the staff report, like a staff report, where it's come under consent agenda for this particular meeting.
So Councillor Meadows, I may, if you wish to pull that, we could certainly.
No, I realize that, but I'm just saying it was a notice of motion that was put forward. It should have come back under the notice of motion. That's all I'm saying. Like,
okay,
I'm
just looking for clarification.
Well, it's just that it got broken up into several. It actually got broken up into 2 sections that came back to Council. So now we got another section of it, but it's not my notice of motion that shows as the staff report reflecting that notice of motion that came forward. So procedurally, it's not correct.
So I do believe the intention of staff was to address your notice of motion, which is, as the Madam Clerk indicated, is 2025-007. Which is the Housing Enabling Water System Fund, because that was your notice motion on requiring more information on that funding source.
That's correct. So I'm gonna be asking that be pulled. I think that's 13.2.
Correct.
Staff report on the official plan 13.3. I think we need all in Council need a bit of an update on that. Staff report statement of Council and committee remuneration. I think
okay, just give me the items you'd like to pull, please.
13.4, 13.6, and 13.8. And that's it.
Looking to other members of Council, are there any other items that wish to be pulled? Okay, I'm going to pull 13.5 and 13.7. Any other? We only have one more. Anybody else? Sorry, 2 more, I should say. There's 9 and 10. Any others? Okay, so we're dealing with those at the staff report. 1 item of correspondence and the other items are staff reports. Okay. All right, Madam Clerk, you'll have to help me out and reminding me on that, please. Okay, so that goes on to item 14, which is staff reports. So 14.1 is.
I need a motion for the consent agenda.
Sorry, thank you. I keep forgetting that. We should put that in block letters or something. So the consent agenda recommendations from 13.1. Sorry, I'm just going to list them this time. So the recommendations of items 13.1 and 13.9 and 13.10. I've got that correct. Be adopted as presented, and that staff be authorized to take all necessary action as required. I need a mover for that, please. Councillor O'Leary, and a seconder as Councillor Simpson. And I will take the vote. All those in favor? And that is carried. All right, so 14.1 is staff report IND 2025-08, 2024 drinking water regulatory reports, and I'll turn it over to Mr. Johnstone for initial comment, please.
Through the chair, staff today are presenting the summary reports and annual reports on the 6 drinking water systems in Adjala-Tos. These reports list a variety of the summary reports in specific, I'll highlight, outline flow rates assessment, so how much drinking water was produced in these 6 drinking water systems, along with several non-compliance issues. In total, there were 5 non-compliance issues in the township. All of those have been addressed, and the MECP has stated that there's no further action required. I'm able to answer any questions that council may have.
Okay, thank you. And I ask this every year and it's in the report, but just to be clear, these documents are posted on our website and available for public consumption anytime.
Yes, they are.
Thank you. Questions or comments from council members? Councilor Meadows?
Yeah, thank you for getting the report. And I asked for this through Eric just recently, and I'm thank you for your timely getting this forward. I do have some concerns on this report that came forward. One of them is I got a report here. The town, I'd like to read this out if I can. Township has a duty to report all AWQIs, which is basically deficiencies, correct? Okay. First, a trihalomethane running annual average RAA exceedance, AWQI 166970, occurred in April in the Loretto-Weka drinking water, but was not observed nor reported until November 29th, 2024. This was the first exceedance of the RAA for THMs, and the subsequent quarterly sample results have been below the maximum allowable concentration since April 2024. Moving forward, Aqua will review sampling data in a timely manner to ensure that the deficiencies related to the trihalomethanes are reported within the 7-day required window. Aqua, under the direction of the Ministry of Environment, will also begin sampling trihalomethanes on a monthly basis at 4 separate drinking sample locations beginning January 2025. Now that concerns me because this came up, I believe it was two, maybe 3 years ago in the WECA system. And the trihalomethanes were only at about 60, and now they've jumped up to 101. Okay. That is a concern. For anybody that doesn't know what trihalomethanes are, it's a tri-bond that's created when bacteria is in the water. And it is a known carcinogen. So I want council to be aware of this, because all of us sitting at this table, if there's deficiencies and there's problems, we are the ones that are responsible for this. But we're seeing an increase, a substantial increase each year in this well. So I'd like us to maybe look at this a little deeper and investigate it a little deeper, especially since it's in Ward 2. Second, an advisory distribution microbiology samples resulted in deficiency 166970, occurred on August 21st, 2024 in the Hockley water drinking system, and was reported on the same date. Please note that results were no data overgrown with target bacteria NDOGT. For the total coliforms and E. coli as regulated, a boil water advisory was issued with notices hand-delivered to residents on August 22nd, 2024. Resampling samples were collected on August 21, 2024, and August 22nd, 2024, and the results were within regulatory requirements. Additional corrective actions include sample tap flushing and disinfection. Boil water advisory was listed on August 2026, 2024, with notices hand-delivered to residents on the same day. The ministry required no further actions on either of these deficiencies. Now, I remember I came in and I brought up problems with this Hockley system. Oh, it was about 3 years ago. And I dropped a sample on our Passieo's desk of water that came out of a tap that had more sediment in the bottom. It was actually like mud that came out of this guy's tap. And this is another deficiency that's happening in the Loretto water system. And I've brought this to the attention before. Like I said, we here are the ones that are liable. Not you guys out here. Everybody on council is liable for this water system. So if somebody gets sick or somebody dies or somebody, we're the ones that go to jail, not you guys. So I want council here to make a firm decision on this sort of stuff that's happening. The other issue I found in this was with regards to Colgan. And I was reading over some of the charts and it said the average daily water taking assessed based on a 90-day rolling average from the well field, source 1, CW1, source 2, CW2, and source 3, CW3 shall not exceed 800 liters per day, which is 800,000 liters a day, which is 800 cubic meters a day, okay? And I go back and I'm looking at the report here and I'm seeing some capacity flow data that's exceeding these limits in February, March, April, May, and June. Or sorry, April and May. One's 916.51, 924.96, 893.84, 940.08. And the percentage of rate capacity is at 85, between 85 and 87. So we're pretty close to a deficiency here and the subdivision isn't fully built out. So I was wondering if somebody could give me some data on that.
So, Councillor Meadows, you asked 4 questions in the span of 5 minutes there. Did you want them all answered or did you just want the last one answered?
I'd like them all answered. I mean, they're
well, no, I was
important questions.
I would have just liked to have known that you were going to ask 4, so Mr. Johnstone could have wrote them down so that he could answer them in order, because I'm not sure if you can remember all the questions.
I have the report.
Okay, so let's go back to the first one, which was, I believe, WECA.
The trihalomethanes.
And I might, just before you begin, I believe you did most quote yourself, though. You said it was at 100.
101.28, I believe it was.
And I'm reading the report right now, and it was at 81.75.
No, the trihalomethanes were recorded. I got it right here, written.
The allowable amount is 100.
Is 100. That's
100.
correct. 100, and it was at 101.28.
81.75. Mr. Johnstone.
So through the chair to Councillor Meadows, for the THM, the first instance that we're talking about, when I heard your description, what I heard from you was you were wanting council to be aware that this was a council responsibility. So your specific question about this, could I get you to repeat that, please? Is it, what are we going to do about this?
I want to know what our actions and what are we doing as a township to protect the residents of Loretto with regards to the trihalomethane levels in the water system, because it is exceeding. It's exceeding. Like the levels were at 101.28 when our maximum allowance is supposed to be 100. Even though the mayor's saying it's 81, that's not what I read in the report. It's 101.28.
Through the chair to Councillor Meadows, I'll answer all of your questions at once. And the best answer that I can give you at this time is, I think it's probably prudent for us to bring in Aqua, who generated this report, and the staff that did that, in order to specifically answer your questions. If council would like to give staff specific direction on coming back with a report on these, we can do that as well. I'm just.
I'll make a motion in that we bring Aqua in or a public meeting to discuss this sort of stuff, because actually Aqua should have been here to give a report on this report to us, because not everybody here is up to standards on what's going on in our water systems.
My job, through the chair,
my
job this morning was just to make sure that council was given these reports as required under the regulation. But since you have more specific questions, and I think it's prudent for us, subject to council voting on that,
absolutely,
to bring in Aqua to give you more specific answers.
So I'll put that motion on the floor that we bring in Aqua to do an initial report to council on the condition of our water systems throughout the township.
Any other questions, comments? Councillor Simpson?
The chair, I will second Councillor Meadows' motion as well. I think it's very important that we get a full, wholesome report on why this exceedance is happening. And additionally, I'd also like to note that there were issues with phone line malfunctions, which were not caught for several months. These are all things that shouldn't be happening. In case of any sort of issues that happen, we need to be able to address issues right away. We need for the emergency lines to be working. We don't want to find out, a year later that, hey, there was this one incident and too bad, so sad, we got to move on. And, council can't do anything. Our role is not to fix issues after they happen. It's to make sure that issues don't occur. We don't want to see a death in the municipality before we take steps to address issues. So I very much would like to have that opportunity to speak to Aqua as well. Thank you.
Any other further questions or comments? Okay, Mr. Johnston, I'm going to go back to your purpose and background, because if I'm reading this correctly, council is to receive this information by March 31st and has to be adopted by council. So if I'm understanding that correctly? Okay. So we'd either have to have Aqua come within the month, or council needs to adopt these recommendations on the understanding that Aqua will be coming in to explain them. These reports are not going to change if Aqua comes in and explains them to us.
Through the chair, yes.
Okay. So as council, there is a motion on the floor to have Aqua come explain the drinking water regulatory reports to council. I have that moved by Councillor Meadows and Councillor Simpson. Is there any amendments to that? Councillor O'Leary?
To the chair, if Aqua is going to come in and explain to us, they should be able to come in and explain what the resolutions will be in order to avoid this occurrence again. I'm just like, when you ask them to come forward, that's what we need to have as information.
Okay, thank you. Any other further questions on the motion? And you're comfortable with that motion, Councillor Meadows and Councillor Simpson?
Yep.
Okay. All those in favor? Okay, that is carried. I'm just going to look into Madam Clerk. We're looking at next Tuesday morning. Next Tuesday afternoon, the 18th, if we can arrange that with Aqua. At 3 o'clock. 3:30, sorry. Looking at my schedule. All right, so we're moving on to 14.2. Thank you, Mr. Johnstone. Moving on 14.2, staff report PLA 2025-008-3911, Concession Road 3 decision report. Generally speaking, I don't go and ask for any insight. Is there any questions through to staff with regards to this report? Seeing none, do I have a mover for the recommendation? Councillor O'Leary and a seconder, please. Councillor Borzos. That's staff report PLA 2025-008 dated March 12th, 2025 regarding 3911 Concession Road 3 decision report zoning bylaw amendment be received, and that council approve the zoning bylaw amendment application to rezone the subject lands illegally described as Concession 3 North Part Lot 24, Township of Adjala-Tosorontio from agricultural A zone to agricultural exception 141 zone, and consider the necessary bylaw. Any questions, additional questions, comments on this? Seeing none, all those in favor? And that is carried. 14.3 is PLA 2025-009 5289 Concession Road 3. Again, a decision report for zoning bylaw amendment. Any questions or comments through to staff? And seeing none there. Do we have a mover for the recommendation? Councillor O'Leary, and it's seconded by Deputy Mayor Laux. That the planning report 2025-009 dated March 12, 2025 regarding 5289 Concession Road 3 decision report zoning bylaw amendment be received, and that council approve the zoning bylaw amendment application to rezone the subject lands legally described as part lots 3 and 4, concession 3, Township of Adjala-Tosorontio from agricultural zone to agricultural exception 140 zone, and consider the necessary bylaw. Any questions or comments? All those in favor? That is carried. 14.4 is staff report CLK 2025-004 communications policies. Ms. Reed, would you like to provide comment?
Thank you, Your Worship. Through to Council, as discussed earlier this evening in the presentation before Council this evening is two policies, a corporate communications policy and a social media policy, which will provide the framework for our future corporate communications and outline the roles and responsibilities of staff, council, and members of the public.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions through the clerk? Councillor Meadows?
Yeah, is this just, I had a look at this and it there's some exclusions in there that I'm kind of iffy on. One of them is the fact that we as council, we have to sometimes put out flyers or whatever to our residents and stuff like that, or we make comments, or we answer stuff that's on Facebook or whatever. This is tying our hands. In my opinion, everything is going to have to go through the communications. Everything is going to have to go through the mayor. And I'm sorry, but that infringes on my freedoms as a councillor that sits here. I have every right to address my constituents. I have every right to say what I think I is right in the way that I vote up here for my residents. And this, the way it's written right now, I'm sorry, I just can't agree to it. And it needs some revisions, and I think we need to look at it a little more closely. And I would like to defer this until we at least have a better understanding and maybe have a little more discussion on it.
Would you like to entertain the motion of a deferral, or would you like clarification from the staff?
No, I'd like a deferral on it.
So I have it moved by Councillor Meadows for a deferral. Is there a seconder? Councillor Simpson? Okay. And I'm assuming you like it deferred to the next regular council meeting?
Yes.
Okay. All those in favor of a deferral? And that is carried. Okay, so we're on to 14.5, which is staff report CLK 2025-005, proposed sports field allocation policy. Ms. Reed?
Thank you, Your Worship. Through to Council. In response to the Parks Master Plan that was presented to Council in the fall of 2024, one of the recommendations was that the Township review their sports field booking processes. Last fall, I did hold a meeting with all of our current user groups, so all of the leagues and organizations that rent field time from the Township for soccer and baseball leagues to discuss these booking practices. Part of that discussion was about the payment structure and when the booking opportunities does open. Another part of that was ensuring that our historical leagues and organizations have first right of access to our sports fields each year. And this policy is a reflection of those discussions and the Parks Master Plan.
Thank you. Any questions through to the Clerk's Department on this policy? Okay, seeing none, is there a mover for the recommendation? Councillor Simpson, second by Councillor Meadows. That's staff report CLK 2025-005 dated March 12, 2025 regarding proposed sports fields allocation policy be received, and that the sports field allocation policy attached as attachment 1 be approved. Any further questions or comments? And all those in favor? That is carried. Okay, so we'll go back to staff reports that were on the consent agenda first. Okay, so we're back to 13.2, which is the staff report IND 2025-00 Housing Enabling Water Systems Fund application. And I believe, Councillor Meadows, you pulled this item for consideration.
That's correct.
And the floor is yours.
When I first started on this council, when it came to development, we were told that development is supposed to pay for development. And I totally agree with that statement. Why should the taxpayers have to pay for anything with regards to development? Yes, we're looking at getting funding, and yes, there's a development going forward, but we should be looking at, instead of looking at getting funding for the wastewater treatment plant, we should be looking at getting funding for the New Horizons plants, changing it to a pumping station and diverting it into a new plant, the declassification of it. That's where the money should be going for any grant funding. The thing that irked me about this was I heard about this grant funding that was brought forward to a staff member, and nobody on council knew anything about it, and it started to be exactly the same as the Colgan development. We on council were left in the dark. We never authorized the grant funding. We never authorized anybody to go for grant funding. And it's us on council that are supposed to be making the decisions. And I was a little irked because I was first told, or first heard through the grapevine, that it was a loan. And even though it's a grant, if we had gone for less, we might have got the less amount of money rather than going for the full amount that I heard that we were going for a grant for a developer for the new subdivision. And I'm totally against that. I'm totally against that. Why are we putting ourselves at risk with a wastewater treatment plant, getting grant funding for it, for a developer? And that's, I know you think it's okay, but I don't.
Thank you, Councilor Meadows. So you answered your own question in the first paragraph, because that's exactly what the grant application was for, was to decommission the plant and to connect it to a wastewater treatment plant. So that's already been answered. And your statements about no one on council knowing, that comment's already been addressed at a previous council meeting. Several members of council were aware, because in fact, Councillor Simpson and Deputy Mayor Laux were at the conference in AMO on our behalf to seek grant assistance from the provincial government and Ontario Infrastructure. So it has been the intention since our first funding application through the Housing Enabling Fund that came to council to decommission the wastewater treatment plant, to have twin force water, sewage lines and water lines connected through our existing development so that there was no tax impact to the residents. So it was covering our share of it. So I'm going to turn the floor over to Mr. Wergel or Mr. Johnstone if you'd like to provide supplementary comments to Councillor Meadows.
Your Worship, that's correct. The application was not a loan application, it was a grant application. It was entirely meant to cover any costs that we could potentially foresee and improve upon the proposed wastewater treatment plant. So it would include the decommissioning of the existing New Horizons plant, the construction of the force main, plus upsizing of the plant to accommodate our existing residents for any potential future demands that we might have. We left it flexible, that we would still have the options as far as growth potential, and it was entirely meant to protect our residents against any future costs.
Okay, and Mr. Johnston, I'm not sure if you'd like to provide any additional comment. Okay, thank you. Because you were the author of the first one, so just wanted to make sure. Okay, Councillor Simpson.
Through the chair, a couple of things with regard to this item. Council was aware of the initial round of funding when we looked for $2 million for the pumping station to go from New Horizons up to the new facility. Now, it was noted that I was aware. I became aware of this second round and that we had in fact applied for the second round just prior to the AMO meeting. In fact, the day before, the 2 days before we were set to leave for AMO. That's when I became aware of it, which, looking at it, council needs to be made aware of these things as a whole sooner than that. They need to be made aware when that application is being made. And I think the recommendation here would be that council be included, that better communication happen from staff with regard to these. And with regard to the grant, I'm not opposed to getting the province to pay for us and to give us free money that we can utilize towards development in the municipality. I think it's a great thing. I think we should be looking for more grant opportunities and putting more robust applications forward. And that is what I hope, and that is my expectation, that staff continue to proceed with these kind of grants. I think we need more of them. With regard to the developer, when we do these grants, we also need to be cognizant of the agreements that we have with the developers. If we were successful in this round of funding, I think there would be an expectation that the developer pays us back for when they're connecting. So we do have water connection and wastewater connection fees, which we're going to be discussing in more detail later in this meeting. And I think those figures need to be robust as well, especially capturing the full cost of these facilities. Thank you.
Thank you. Other comments or questions from members of council? Councillor Meadows?
Yeah, and $43 million, I believe, is what was on the table for the grant. How much was it? Well, I'm just going about what I heard. That's what I mean. Everything we're hearing, nobody knew about it. You're sitting there shaking your head, Deputy Mayor Locks.
Is that your question on what the grant funding application was for?
Well, I don't know what it was for.
Okay.
Nobody on council knows what it was for.
Again, you use the word nobody very loosely.
Okay, very few.
Mr. Wirgle or Mr. Johnstone, can we recall what the total ask for was for the use of grant?
It was for, through your worship, it was $35 million.
Thank you. Any further questions from council? All right, seeing none, is there a recommendation for a resolution for this item?
Yeah, I'd like to put a resolution forward that any other projects that come forward, including grant funding, council is made aware of what the project is, what it's for, and if it's going to impact the taxpayers of this community in any way, shape, or form.
Madam Clerk, is that related to this topic? I know it's somewhat related, but I would imagine we'd have to also receive the report.
Through your worship, yes, I would prefer that the report be received. So it is acknowledged council did receive staff report IND 2025-007. And as an addition to that motion, as Councillor Meadow would like, if we can add direction that staff be required to report to council on applying to any future grants.
Okay, so you're prepared to move that motion?
I will.
In entirety? Okay, so that's moved by Councillor Meadows. Do I have a seconder? Okay, Councillor Simpson, second. Okay, so I do have a comment on the second part of that motion then. I do believe we will handcuff staff on funding applications because that's a very generic motion that all grants would have to be pre-authorized by, applications would have to be pre-authorized by council. We just heard from Councillor Simpson, who indicated that he would like staff to apply for as many and all grants as possible through the municipality, and I would say that that's something that staff have already been doing. So if we're asking them to write a report and come back to council, there's a good opportunity that we will not be able to get the grants through this. So that's my concern with that second part of the motion, that if we're approving all grants, that will be a bit of a tedious work for staff. Councillor Meadows?
Well, we can always amend it to say all grants that are going to have some sort of tax implication to the residents of the township, because we sometimes ask for grants for a 50-50 type grant, and it's going to have a tax implication. That's going to be the taxpayers that are going to be picking up the other 50%. So I'm sorry, like when grants come forward for major projects in this township, the council should be aware of any major projects that are going on in the township, and it would have some sort of capital implication. So I'm just saying, like, either way, like if we're getting a grant for something, it's going to have a capital implication or whatever.
So if I'm hearing you correctly, you're happy with staff applying for anything that's 100% dollars, but anything less than 100% dollars has to come to council. So that's what I just understood.
Well, as long as it's not going to impede the taxpayer of the community, yes.
So anything less than 100, which would have a tax implication then.
That's correct.
So it'd have to be fully funded grants that staff could propose by themselves, and any other grants would have to come to council.
Go on, Mr. Simpson. I want to.
Through the chair.
Okay, Mr. Councillor Simpson.
Yeah, through the chair. With regard to notifying council, the intent is not to hamstring staff. I think the intent is more that council is made aware when these applications happen, the dates that they happen, when it was put forward, and that council get periodic reports letting us know that such applications have happened, that what the progress is on those. So I sit on the TRCA, and I see periodic reports coming to the board, notifying them of all the grants that have been applied for, and some of them have different timeframes for when they're approved, when their application is made. I think the intent is that we also receive periodic updates, just notifying council of all the grants that we've applied for in any given year. So if those reports come forward to us quarterly, then that's a periodic update that we can have, which tells us, hey, we've applied for X, Y, and Z. These are the dates of the application. These are the amounts that we've requested, and notifying council so that we're not in the dark when these applications happen. We're not in the dark on the status of those.
Okay, thank you. So are you prepared to amend the second part of the motion?
If Councillor Meadows is okay, then I think we can amend it that it's quarterly reports on the status of oh, why? What's that confusing?
I'm not confused either.
Because so, Madam Clerk, I'm not sure if you've caught some of the language. We have, gentlemen, we have no amendment on the floor other than the main motion, but I believe the main motion was indicating that all grants be subject to council approval. I'm paraphrasing, but do you have something or to that? No, I'm looking to the clerk. She captured the information from your original motion.
Yes, through your worship to council, yes, the current motion on the floor would read that the staff report be received and that staff be directed to report to council prior to applying any future grants. Should council like to put forward an amendment to that, I would recommend that the motion would read that the main motion be amended by striking the second paragraph and replacing it with the following, that staff be directed to provide quarterly reports to council on any grant applications.
Perfect. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Are you, as the mover,
Happy
and
with that.
as the mover and seconder, you're okay with?
Yep.
I'll accept that as an amendment to the main motion without having to go through the process. Okay, so I still have concern because that still doesn't alleviate the concern that is council authorizing execution of applications for applying for any grant in this township. I just want to be clear. So staff have full authority to apply for any and all such grants that don't require council endorsement, is what I'm hearing. And we're prepared when we get grant money coming back in, that we're prepared as a council to make that commitment to exercise our portion of the grant if successful.
So through the chair,
Councillor Simpson?
in the interest of past practice, I know that we have had several grants that have come to council for approval, especially when they're big ticket items and council has a substantial interest in the amounts that are going forward. So just like we would with regard to any purchase, any large-scale expenditures where council approval is required, I would expect that grants would move forward in the same manner. So if we do have a 50-50 project, as has happened in the past, then council should get that. That should be brought to council for approval in those cases, as has happened in the past.
Okay, thank you. Again, to clarify, I believe what's come to council in the past is an endorsement of the application to apply and not necessarily approving of a grant application. So I don't think we've ever approved a grant application from council. It's been that council is endorsing an application on behalf of the municipality, which is a requirement under the grant application process. The council must endorse it, so that's a complete application.
Well,
So
we
I don't
didn't
think
get.
I don't think we've ever received, I'm looking through treasurer, I can't recall ever authorizing staff to proceed with a grant application unless it required endorsement by council. Mr. Anuchuk?
Your worship, yeah, that's my understanding as well.
Okay, so again, back to the main question then, are we comfortable with staff proceeding with applying for grants and committing the municipality on our behalf if there's no endorsement required from municipal council? Councillor O'Leary.
Through the chair, I personally think that staff should be able to do their job, but make council aware of what they're doing. If there is a grant possibility, they should notify us that they are making an application for a grant. We don't have to approve they make the application for the grant. We acknowledge, or they acknowledge that we know about it, so that we don't get blindsided at the 11th hour and say, well, this is the grant and we didn't get it and blah, 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 right? But I think it's just like, all we're looking for is staff to give us information. We're not voting on anything. We're not buying anything. We just want to know information. So I don't know how we work that into the procedure or whatever, but
Well, that is the motion right now.
That's the motion. That's
It's the motion right now. I just want to make sure that council is well aware that if staff goes in and decides to apply to the provincial government or Infrastructure Ontario for a $30 million loan and we're responsible for 10 of it, that they're committing us to that $10 million without us approving it. This is what I'm getting at. But you're asking just for, as long as we're aware of it, we're okay with it.
we have information. We can, if we think it has to be discussed, we can discuss it, right?
Not unless it comes forward in a staff report from staff.
It's email to us. Email, we've already talked about communication. So council has to communicate with staff, so staff should communicate with council.
Okay. Councillor Borzos.
Through the chair, I'm just thinking that perhaps the quarterly report is a great thing, but these, if I'm not mistaken, these grant programs don't just happen overnight. There's some kind of a schedule out there similar to a tender where municipalities are made aware of the grants, or what, they just happen one night to a next? Well, then the provincial system is flawed. I mean, how can you work like that? How can you plan? You can't do anything like that. It's not right. But I mean, I think what we should have is a chart and a grid that gives us the opportunity to see what is available and what's upcoming. And based on that, we can guide or assist staff to, or put input in there. But if there is no such thing, then I guess it's pointless. So there goes that idea.
Okay, so Madam Clerk, can you just reread the second paragraph of that motion, please?
Thank you, Your Worship, through the council. So currently the amendment that it would be on the floor would read that staff be directed to provide quarterly reports to council on any grant applications.
Okay. And that can be moved by Councillor Meadows and Councillor Simpson. Sure. Can we get that reread again from the clerk, please?
Yes, Your Worship. So to council, currently the amendment that is on the floor would read, the second paragraph would read that staff be directed to provide quarterly reports to council on any grant applications.
Okay. Any further questions on the amendment then? So this is the amendment. Okay. All those in favor of the amendment? Okay, that's carried. So back to the main motion then. So the main motion would be that staff report IND 2025-007 dated March 12, 2025 regarding housing enabling water systems fund application be received. And Madam Clerk?
And that staff be directed to provide quarterly reports to council on any grant applications.
Thank you. That's the main motion as amended. And that's again the same movers, Councillor Meadows, second by Councillor Simpson. Any further questions on that motion? All those in favor? And that is carried. Okay, so we're on to 13.3, which is staff report PLA 2025-10, which is update on themes and structure of the official plan. Councillor Meadows, I believe you pulled this as well.
Yeah, I would like to possibly get a bit of an update from Kartik on what he's done. He's done Ayer's done an absolutely phenomenal job on this particular plan. So I just wanted a bit of an update. So not only can council get a bit of an update, but also our residents. So.
Okay, thank you. I'll go through to Ms. Anderson to introduce this, and then Mr. Sally can provide further clarification.
Your Worship, to Councillor Meadows, Kartik has been working very hard on the next steps of the official plan. I'll let him speak to what this report relates to. He was just taking the information, and the purpose of it is just to keep you informed of the status and the approach that staff is hoping that council's approving of. Kartik?
Thank you, Your Lordship. This report is basically talking about the themes that we are introducing in our official plan. In our previous official plan, our content page was like scattered, and it was not structured accordingly, like how the new official plan being introduced in our neighboring townships, or how the new PPS 2024 has been introduced. The new PPS 2024 and our neighboring township official plans are under different themes, so it is more palatable. The reader can read it easily, and you can locate the policy, the concerned policy, or the applicable policy easily. So we have introduced 5 themes, and those themes are like, we kept those themes because those are closely aligning with our strategic plan. And the first 3 themes are grow, preserve, and protect. Grow is basically focusing on settlement area. Preserve is focusing on our rural character and agricultural areas. Protect is focusing on ORM. And connect and implement is like applicable on whole township, not on particular designation. And the first 3 themes are like divided into objectives and approaches, then general policies applicable, and then the particular designation. So now we have all the new structure and themes, and we are working on our gap analysis as well. So we can now present our gap analysis in a better way, and we can work on our official plan in more efficient way. Thank you.
Councillor Meadows?
Yeah, I was just wondering, Kartik, any idea of a timeline, like a year maybe, or with getting this completed, or is it going to be longer? Or?
To your lordship, to Councillor Meadows, in our previous report that we submitted in February, we shared the timelines, and we are hoping that we will be finishing our gap analysis under these themes and new structure. And then we are hoping, and we are working on the GIS part as well. After finalizing the schedules and the new draft plan, we are aiming for the public meeting. And in our previous report, we shared that we are aiming to complete the whole process within this year. Thank you.
I'll through that, Your Worship. I just want to thank you so much, because I've been waiting 3 terms of council for this to come forward, and you're the only one that's brought it forward. So I just want to thank you very much, and you've done a great job for this township since you've been here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Meadows. I'll caution that it's not done yet. Councillor Simpson?
Through the chair. Thank you for the report, Kartik. I do want to ask a question. When this council was voted in prior to the elections, there was a question that residents asked everybody when we were all standing on stage, and that was, would we increase the settlement areas in our municipality? And at this time, with regard to Everett, we know that there's a plan for Everett West, which, if it comes to fruition, would in fact be an expansion of the settlement area boundaries. So with regard to that, and keeping in mind that the Hockley settlement area is one of the biggest in the municipality, if we were to put forward any sort of application to reduce the Hockley settlement area, Hockley settlement area is the biggest settlement area in our municipalities, gentlemen. If we were to reduce the size of that settlement area and add that existing area to the Everett expansion, what do you think would be the process to do it, and how can we do that?
Through your lordship, to Councillor Simpson, we discussed all these scenarios in the previous report. In our previous report, we discussed about the settlement expansion, what studies it will trigger if we want to keep our settlement area as it is, what studies it will trigger if we want to reduce it or increase it. So for reduction and for increasing the settlement area, we discussed in that report that the one thing it will definitely trigger is like county's official plan amendment. Right now, our settlement area is in conformity with county's settlement area boundaries. If we do anything with the settlement area, it will definitely trigger county's official plan amendment. Other than that, all expansion and reduction will trigger other studies. If we want to expand Everett expansion area, it will trigger what land we want to accommodate in expansion. That might be prime agricultural land, so it will trigger agricultural studies. And there will be other studies like market studies it would trigger. And it will further delay the process. That is also been discussed in the previous report, and all the scenarios, other scenarios that what would be the best case scenario would be like keeping it as it is. That is also been discussed in that report. So if you go to I think the first part of that report, the growth part, it discusses all the scenarios.
Thank you. I look forward to seeing the updates on this as it develops, and especially with regard to Everett. I know that Everett and Colgan are the identified growth nodes in our municipality, so I think we need to pay close attention and keep up to date. So I thank you for that, and I look forward to seeing more periodic reports on this matter. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Councillor Meadows?
Yeah, me and Julius, we were looking at one another when you said what it is it's not population density, it's land mass. Oh yeah, okay, so yeah, I just wanted to clarify that.
Thank you. Any other questions? Just one through to Kartik. I know council had an opportunity to review and suggest changes. There will be changes forthcoming for myself on the visioning statement. All right, any other questions? We're good? Okay. Councillor Meadows, was there any further action you want to take on this item?
No, I don't want to.
Okay. Thank you. So you're prepared to move the motion to receive as information? Yes. Okay, so that's moved by Councillor Meadows. Do I have a seconder? Councillor O'Leary. All those in favor? And that is carried. Okay, so we're on to 13.4, Staff Report Finance 2025-003. That's 2024 Statement of Council and Committee Remuneration. And Councillor Meadows, you pulled this item as well, I believe.
Yeah, I just wanted to, it was a treasurer's report that came forward with regards to this, with regards to how our remuneration came forward. I just thought the public should know how everything was looked at. And it was like, we just didn't come up with a figure, like it was a staff report that was done. So that's the only reason why I wanted to pull that, for transparency. That's all.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Anerchuk, like to provide comment on the report?
Through the chair to Councillor Meadows, yeah, as required under the Municipal Act, we are reporting on the council remuneration for the year, which includes salaries, benefits, mileage, cell phone usage, conferences, and basically total amounts that have been paid to council members.
Okay, thank you. Are there any further questions on this item? Okay, seeing none. Councillor Meadows, are you okay with moving that for information as well? Okay, do I have a seconder on that item? Councillor O'Leary. And that is to receive the information as well. All those in favor? And that is carried. Okay, 13.5, I believe, is 2025-007, 2024 Annual Planning Report, and I believe I pulled that one. Ms. Anderson, could you provide a quick overview of the planning report, please?
So this is the first annual planning report that staff have presented to council. We're hoping to have these quarterly reports along with the official plan reports. It's just to inform council of the activities within the planning department, the challenges, the updates, the changes, and the service improvements that staff have made in the past year. So you can see, average inquiries are time consuming. We have created some efficiencies and are building towards better efficiencies, public facing tools for the general public to use. It'll be more efficient for the public, it'll be efficient for staff, and it's going to be multifaceted. So we're starting off with baby steps with these planning tools, and hopefully we're working on, continue to provide these efficiencies to the general public. It's important I'm sure council understands, but again, for the public, every planning application may or may not require a building permit, but it creates a joint effort for multiple departments to participate in this. So again, it's just making council aware of what things are happening within the township, how staff are handling these things, and what we're looking at moving forward.
Okay, thank you. I do have one question, and it's with regards to the pre-consultations. It shows in the application, or in your report here, 65 applications for pre-consultation in the planning department. Could you explain to me, how much detail is in that, and what kind of time is needed from staff for pre-consultation from start of that meeting to when somebody might put an application in?
So the Planning Act has changed, and it has kind of taken out the pre-consultation requirement as mandated. What we have noticed, and the general public are understanding this, when they request a pre-consult, planning staff or all staff, we investigate the property, we pull the information, and we speak and meet with the applicants, and we find out what their ultimate goal is. All of that information is gathered, and then it's taken through the steps, explaining to the applicant what their next steps are, or what other options are available, be it a minor variance or a consent application, or they might not need anything if they just slightly move a building or change the use of a building. So it's providing a fulsome report on what is permitted and what they can and can't do on a property. It's all written down at the end of the day, so it is all in writing, and a lot of research, and it's very detailed. So it allows the applicant to know clearly and understand everything that is required to move forward with any type of application.
Thank you. Any further questions on this item? Okay, seeing none, can I get a mover to receive this item for information? Councillor Simpson and Councillor Borzos. All those in favor? That is carried. Okay, so we're on to 13.6, which is the staff report building 2025-001. That's the annual building report for 2024. And Councillor Meadows as well, you called this out for separate discussion. Would you like that go to Ms. Anderson, or do you have questions?
Yeah, I just want to thank Debbie again for this report. This was an eye-opener for me. How are your staff doing? I couldn't believe it when I saw all like the totals on here. 4,853 inspections. Your staff we're short-staffed in your department right now. And I just want to commend you guys. Like, you guys have done an absolutely fabulous job. I don't know how you're doing it, but if you need any help from this council, I'm sure we're all here to back you up whenever we can. Are you seeing an increase now of more permits coming forward, or?
Through you, Your Worship, the permit intake has slowed down. This year has been particularly quiet, and typically during half load season, inspections are a lot slower as well. But we still have to tidy up and sort out all of the permits that were issued in the last year. And there is a significant amount of training that's required. We've got a new building code, so that is challenging. So, you know, the team's trying to get all set up with that, along with we're trying to get caught up on older permits, trying to close them out, and you know, records management, all of that's coming into play. So if we are a little bit quieter on the permit influx coming in, we still have lots of work to do and lots of things to get caught up on. So.
And again, thank you and your staff. You've done a great job this year. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other comments or questions from council? Okay, seeing none. Do I have a mover for that report to be received as information as well? Councillor Borzos, seconded by Councillor O'Leary. All those in favor? And that is carried. And now we're on to 13.7, which is the 2024 annual bylaw activity report. And I do believe I pulled this one as well. So just through to Ms. Anderson. Reading through the report, I just wanted to acknowledge a couple items. One is, could you address collection of dog tags and how that's going, and whether or not we're taking any additional steps for in 2024 through to 2025 for enforcing dog tags? And the second question I just have with regards to the files created on Cloud Permit 2024, and particularly I was just looking at the fireworks bylaw. There was only one complaint, and I just wanted to see if you had any further updates on that, because that has been something that's been discussed around this council table.
So with regards of enforcement, we amended our canine control bylaw and requested some tickets to be allowed to go through part 1 through the POA. So there's that happening. Also too, with the fees and charges bylaw that is coming forward to council as part of the budget, we've requested that the non-compliance inspection fee be raised. As you heard, when we had the canine control bylaw, a lot of people said, I pay $150 and it's, slap on the wrist and it doesn't really do anything. When we have repeat offenders or people that are just constantly in non-compliance, the thought was if we raise these fees, hopefully they will become more compliant quicker. Again, it is not every time we go out, it's not a non-compliance. It is justified, it is discussed before that approach is taken. The canine control officer, she takes care of all of the tickets, or I'm sorry, the licensing, and for all of the enforcement of canine control. So dogs at large, you can see, in the report itself, you can see the activity. Animals at large, like 36 calls. Canine notices 97. That is just typically just with canine control. So they're busy and it's working well. We haven't had any complaints, and it's my understanding things are working really well with the enforcement for canine control. And we've bylaws coming forward to approve the new bylaw enforcement officers. So that's a good thing. Which will really help. And we're looking at doing some really good things this year.
Okay. And just with regards to the fireworks bylaw, we only had one complaint last year. Any thoughts on that?
We only had one complaint. So when we look at some of the other complaints we had, we try and look at them in priority and see what what is a priority. And having only one complaint for the fireworks, it's really difficult to enforce because it happens at night, and unless we witness it, it's a challenging one.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions from council on this item? Okay, seeing none, do I have a mover to receive this for information? I have Councillor Meadows, seconder, please. Councillor O'Leary. All those in favor? And that is carried. Okay, so we're on to 13.8, which is correspondence from the NVCA with regards to proposed amalgamation of the conservation authorities. And Councillor Meadows, you pulled this item as well?
Yeah, I'm don't agree with what's said here. I'm for amalgamation of the MVCA. I sat on the board for quite a few years. There is a lot of overlap, and I would love to see more of the conservation authorities overlap and merge together and save the municipality some money. I don't agree with what's said here that there's not going to be efficiencies, and I'm just wondering if the mayor can possibly give a little more information on this, because he's part of the board. So I'd like his feedback on what's going on here.
Sure. So yeah, as you noted, I am a board of director on the NVCA, and there is a request from a member municipality to start proceedings for a amalgamation between the NVCA and the Lake Simcoe Conservation. It only takes one individual member municipality to launch that, and they would have to call a meeting to discuss potential amalgamations with all members. And that's the intention behind the motion here, is to appoint myself and the deputy mayor, since we'd have 2 votes at that meeting, to be able to attend any such meeting if called, because it has not been called yet, to attend on our municipality's behalf, to offer our thoughts and eventually vote on any such amalgamation. It has been unanimously supported by the board of directors at the NVCA that they oppose amalgamation. And for 2 particular reasons. One, there's been no evidence or study to indicate what the benefits of amalgamation would be. And the second item, and I think more importantly, is they are 2 distinct watersheds that do connect, of course, at the borders, but are individually their own. And having one agency on two watersheds, I think is irresponsible for our municipal councils in that sense. When we're talking about the NVCA, who runs up to the Blue Mountains and over to Amherst, to be merged with somebody who's now in Peel, in York, and over to Durham. And we've already said here as a township that we have a hard time getting a permit. I think it's going to be a hard time getting a permit when now you, instead of 18 municipalities, you have, I believe it'd be 26 municipalities in regions going to one conservation area and authority to seek permits and review on applications. So until there's such time as there's a report or study that's concluded that's indicated that it's appropriate to amalgamate, or unless the province would like to start the amalgamation progress for all conservation authorities in Ontario, it was felt that this would not be the correct step at this time. And so that's why I brought this towards to this council tonight to vote on this. Oro-Medonte is the member municipality that has petitioned this, and they have not called a meeting yet. And it is the thought that if they knew there was not enough support for this amalgamation, that they would not proceed with lengthy and costly endeavor of amalgamation.
Yeah, I have a few issues with the MVCA, and one of them's in their permit fees for almost everything, and they never look after their permits that they hand out because they have no authority to deal with them, so they leave it up to the municipality to deal with it. They're not in a, I just don't see it as an organization that, yeah, they can help out with certain permits in regulated areas and stuff like that. But we have environmental assessments that have to be done through the planning. So I think the conservation authorities for the municipalities are becoming redundant in a way, because I don't know what authority they have anymore, what they do anymore for our residents, other than when somebody wants to put up a gazebo or something, they can't do it. But if you want to put up a development, you can do it. You know, like to me, it just blows my mind. I see some of the. I had an example of a dump site where they allowed a fill permit to happen. The person who was doing the fill was dumping barrels of oil there. And I called the MVCA and they said, that's your problem. You deal with it. If you don't like it, pull the entrance permit. So it's like, what am I supposed, what's the MVCA there for? If they're supposed to be looking after environmental issues and stop building in the floodplains, yet they're still issuing permits in the floodplains. They say backfill the swamps. Like, I just don't know what the regulatory body is anymore. So that's my concerns with the MVCA. And I don't see how amalgamation is a bad thing. I see it as a good thing. So.
Thank you, Councillor Meadows. And I think, again, I think the same argument can be made that you've indicated that you'd rather deal with this another conservation authority than the NVCA, but they're still conservation authorities. So whether we deal with the NVCA or Lake Simcoe or whatever a new name might be, if they amalgamate, we'd still have to deal with the conservation authority. And I think the NVCA has, you can see in the correspondence here and then the next section as well, that the interim CIO has provided a work plan to start to better address the concerns of the municipalities, to speed up permitting, to understand what the concerns are of the municipalities, because every meeting I go to, the indication is that they need to do better, and the board of directors has committed to the fact that the NVCA does need to do better, to be more reactive to the public. But regardless if we deal with the NVCA or Lake Simcoe, we're still going to have to deal with the conservation authority, and I'd rather deal with the NVCA than I would Lake Simcoe. So that's I think it's a issue of who I've never dealt with Lake Simcoe. I don't know what their permit timelines are. They very well may be the same thing. You may very well call Lake Simcoe and they may give you the same answer as the NVCA. Conservation authorities have mandates. And to the point of you don't know what they do, I think I'll look to Madam Clerk and we can certainly invite the NVCA to come for a 15, 20-minute presentation to council and explain all the good that the NVCA does and potentially ask some questions of them as to what they're doing to address some of the concerns that we have heard around the community of permitting. And ourselves, we face the same permitting timelines. I think there's an opportunity that we could have them address those. Are there any other questions on the correspondence in the post resolution? Okay, so can I get someone to move that recommendation, please?
I just have one more question.
Councillor O'Leary and seconded by Deputy Mayor Locks.
I just have one more question.
Councillor Meadows.
With regards to having you and Deputy Mayor Locks appointed to represent the township at any meetings called to consider an amalgamation proposal.
Yeah.
Since the board, shouldn't this be a neutral board that's considering amalgamation proposals?
It is.
Well, if every one of you is getting a paycheck through the MBCA, that I don't see that as a neutral position. Actually, I see it a little differently.
Well, I appreciate that comment. I'm also the mayor of the township of Adjala-Tosorontio, and I will represent the township at any future meeting from the NVCA or Lake Simcoe Conservation and Amalgamation process.
I just see it as a bit of a conflict of interest. I don't get it.
And we don't get paid for those meetings because it's probably only one meeting and it may never be called because the Ormo Dante has to call the meeting. And if they don't call the meeting, then we don't go. And I believe there's potentially up to 75 members of municipal councils attending that meeting. And 2/3 would have to require voting in affirmative to amalgamate. So it's a considerable process, like considerable. And that's why I think it's a waste of cost for all of us to go through. We are talking a fairly big process to look at this amalgamation. And this would not take, this would probably take 3 to 5 years to even go through the process, and the province also has to sign off on it. And if they don't sign off on it, then it stays the way it is. So there's lots kind of moving parts to that as well. Anyways, I'm prepared to call the question on that motion. All those in favor? And that is carried. All right, council, it's 9:49, or sorry, 8:49 p.m. I'm going to adjourn the meeting for 10 minutes and we will recess the meeting for 10 minutes. We will be back at 9 p.m. All right, council, I'll reconvene the regular meeting at 9 p.m. Thank you for the indulgence for the recess. Madam Clerk, just confirming we've dealt with all the items of staff reports and correspondence.
Through your worship, yes, all items pulled from the consent agenda have been dealt with.
Okay, thank you. So we are on to item 16 then, which is bylaws. So the first item is 16.1, which is bylaw 2025-16, which is the amend wastewater rates bylaw. Any questions or comments from council? Seeing none, can I get a mover to put that on the floor? I have Councillor O'Leary and a seconder, please. Deputy Mayor Locks. Okay, so that is bylaw 2025-16 being a bylaw to amend bylaw 2024-077, being a bylaw to impose wastewater rates and to prescribe the amount of such rates and to control discharges to municipal wastewaters be enacted. Any further questions on this? Councillor Meadows?
Yeah, I'm just curious on a procedural issue with regards to, this was brought forward in December, I believe, the water rates issue for the January meeting. The minutes were not accepted by council. So I'm just wondering what's happening here. Whether procedurally we're doing something right or whether it's wrong.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through to Councillor Meadows. So the receipt of the minutes have no bearing on the decisions made at the previous meeting of council. Council is only, in accordance with the Municipal Act, council can only make decisions through bylaw, which is why we have a confirming bylaw at the end of each council meeting, which seals all of the resolutions that council passed during that meeting. The minutes, the acceptance of the minutes is simply that council is verifying that the minutes reflect the actions that took place or the decisions that were made by council at the meeting. Thus, any decisions or bylaws enacted at the December regular council meeting are in place at this time.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions or comments?
Not at this time.
Okay, thank you. Other members of council?
I'd like to call a recorded vote on this, please.
Okay. Other members of council have questions or concerns on this item? Councillor Simpson?
Through the chair, with regard to this matter, and in the past, we froze the water and wastewater rates. Does that bylaw need to be repealed prior to this going forward?
No, it does not. It's that's what this bylaw is. It's amending the previous bylaw and not repealing it.
Thank you.
Any further questions, comments from council? Seeing none others. All right, so Madam Clerk, we did receive a request for a recorded vote from Councillor Meadows.
Thank you, Your Worship. We're calling a recorded vote on item 16.1, bylaw 2025-016, starting with Councillor Meadows in favor or against.
Abstain.
Councillor Borzos in favor or against.
In favor.
Councillor O'Leary in favor or against. Councillor Simpson in favor or against.
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Locks in favor or against.
In favor.
And Mayor Anderson in favor or against.
In favor?
We have 5 in favor, 1 absent, and 1 abstained. That counts as an against.
Okay, thank you. The motion carries 5-1. Okay, so we're on to item 16.2, which is bylaw 2025-7, bylaw amendment 3911 concession road 3. Questions or comments? Seeing none, that the bylaw 2025-017 being a bylaw to amend zoning bylaw 0357 as amended of the Township of Adjala-Tosorontio, part lot 24, concession 3, 3911 concession road 3 be enacted. Mover, please. Deputy Mayor Locks and seconded by Councillor Borzos. All those in favor? Yes. Correct. All those in favor? And that is carried. 16.3 is bylaw 2025-018, zoning bylaw amendment for 5289 concession road 3. That bylaw 2025-018 being a bylaw to amend zoning bylaw 0357 as amended of the Township of Adjala-Tosorontio, part lots 3 and 4, concession 3, 5289 concession road 3 be enacted. Mover, please. Councillor Meadows, seconded by Councillor O'Leary. Any questions or comments? And again, that is a sterilization of this land as well, Councillor O'Leary. All those in favor? And that is carried. 16.4 is bylaw 2025-019, appoint a municipal bylaw enforcement officer. That bylaw 2025-019 being a bylaw to appoint a municipal bylaw enforcement officer for the corporation of the township of Adjala-Tosorontio be enacted. Mover, please. Councillor O'Leary, and a second by Councillor Simpson. Any questions on the appointment? All those in favor? And that is carried. Okay, so we're on to item 17, which is notices of motions. I believe we have 3 notices that are printed on the agendas. So the first is 17.1, and it's from Councillor Meadows with regards to master servicing plan for Everett. And it reads, whereas there has been multiple changes in the provincial policy statement and recent changes made to the Everett Fire Site subdivision by the Ontario Land Tribunal. Now therefore be it resolved that a new master servicing plan be initiated by the township, focusing on water and wastewater delivery for the new proposed fire site development and proposed future development for the town of Everett. And further, that a new environmental study also be initiated due to the increase in residential units and population impacts on the area. And further, that the master servicing plan should also include the connection and revamping of the New Horizon wastewater facility. Councillor Meadows, you'd imagine you're going to move that motion?
I move that, yep.
Do I have a seconder for that motion? Councillor Simpson. Councillor Meadows, back to you for first comment.
Yeah, just with all the changes that have gone on with this subdivision, this is far overdue. We do need a new master servicing plan. With the new PPS statement or PPS policy that just came out, each resident now is allowed to have 3 separate units to it. Therefore, your capacities are going to be higher. When this development was brought forward to us, I believe the initial persons per household was 2.84, and they wanted to drop it down to 2.67. So I think we need a new master servicing plan that should incorporate the new facilities that are going to be needed, not only for this development, but for the whole new development of Everett, because they also are looking at the west side as well, possibly in the future, and this wastewater treatment plant won't do it. So again, this is long overdue. It's been, since I've been on council, this has been extended three or 4 times. And it's just too much has changed over the years. Anyway.
Thank you. Any other comments from council? Councillor Simpson?
Through the chair, I just want to note my concern as well. In our meeting, I believe it was in January, when he had a consultant here provide a report to council, a presentation to council rather. He noted that with Everett West coming online, that the outflow location that we have may not be able to accommodate the additional outflow that will happen because of Everett West. And I'm very concerned with that, because that means that perhaps we may have to look at having a second wastewater facility in Everett. And certainly that would increase costs for our residents and for our water and wastewater users. So I think having that visioning at this point and making sure that the master servicing plan includes that information and takes into account Everett West and existing Everett would be very important. I certainly don't want to be in a situation similar to Colgan, where when we tried to add 5 additional houses, we were told that there may not be capacity for that. So I think if we put all of this forward at this point and get it planned appropriately from the get-go, that we'll be in a much better position moving forward. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I just will comment before I go to others, if there are any other comments from council. I am concerned that we're not asking for staff to report back on this. I think there are some processes that need to be reviewed before council can make such a decision. I also think it might be more prudent to look at maybe a review of the current master servicing plan and have an engineer or an engineering firm come in and do that rather than looking at initiating a new master servicing plan. I think there's servicing doesn't generally change over time to this extent. And I think what I'm hearing is council wants to be confident that those numbers have not changed. And I think having an engineer firm come in and confirm for council what those numbers are would be more suitable to this process rather than initiating a master servicing plan, which would cost municipality quite a few dollars to perform. So that's my comments on this. I believe that, first of all, we should be looking for staff to provide additional information back to council. And second of all, that we can scale this back a bit to make sure that we're actually getting the information that we need and not for the sake of saying reinventing the wheel. Mayor Locks.
Thank you to the chair. To, I guess, maybe CEO Wargle, what would a rough estimate for a master servicing plan cost?
You're looking at an EA process that's going to take you're looking at a year. You're looking at the consultant's fees. It's going to be pretty expensive.
$1 million?
I don't think it would be $1 million, but it'd be certainly upwards of a few $100,000.
Supplement to that. Because we already had a master servicing plan done for the far side development, is there any issue of litigation in that aspect?
Through your worship, so the far side development has already gone through OLT. I think there are still 2 decisions that are still pending. There would have been minutes of settlement. There would have been direction with regards to that. We would be having to uphold that direction. There's a possibility that far side could have been grandfathered through the OLT process. There's some issues potentially with that, and we should be checking with our lawyers as to what the status is on the OLT decision. The number of units that actually have been approved, what the phases are, get everybody up to speed on that as well. So if we were to look at the engineering component as far as the servicing for Everett, and then look at the where we stand legally as far as the OLT decision and the next steps with that. So we would tie in potentially an information session for council, a review with our engineering consultants, and possibly with their lawyer as well.
Yeah, that would be my biggest concern, that starting a brand new servicing plan could take us down a road we don't want to go down. So ideally a review or a staff report on how to proceed with this, I would be much more comfortable with than what's suggested in the motion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Other questions or comments? Councillor Borzos?
Yes, through the chair. I think I would be in support of a new master servicing plan for Everett, simply for the fact that the original one that Farsight and the Barzo lands are based on are from 2013, if I remember correctly. And that plan was actually done and generated for the original Orsi land, which called for 475 homes. And that got bumped into 667 once Farsight bought the Orsi land. So that was a 50% increase. So, and now we are talking almost 2,000, maybe 1,950 homes. So I think we need to do something and figure out what the water situation is. Wastewater is important, but also water. Because yes, we can drill 5 other wells, but at the end of the day, all those wells are going to suck water from the same aquifer. If our water study stated that we have enough for 500 homes back then, or 500 additional homes in that particular area, I'm not overly confident that even currently the 2,000 homes will be supported as it is, and never mind the Everett West side. So yes, it may be an expensive undertaking, but I think it's a well worth investment to make sure we do the right thing and we do it right. Not getting caught in something like what Councillor Meadows brought up, where in Colgan, we potentially could be over capacity already. And we are not even halfway built out. So that's my take on it. So I would support this. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Councillor Meadows?
Yeah, I would just like to say that the same. I agree with Mr. Broses here. Like with regards to the decisions made by the OLT, we're over doubling the size of the original development that was proposed for that area, almost tripling the size. And not only that, the calculations that were used at the old master servicing plan do not match what today's accommodation rate is for people. So things have changed drastically since 2013. You don't have 2.5 people per household anymore. You have 3 families per household. So everything has changed. And we have to have a new master, it may cost us $250,000 for a new master servicing plan, but it's going to save us $1 million in the long run or more. So, we got to think proactively in this township for a change rather than reactively. So I think we have to have this.
Thank you. Councillor O'Leary, do you have any comments you'd like to add? You can pass if you like. You don't have to.
Through the chair, I've expressed my concerns with regards to the sewage treatment plant there and its lack of capacity for future development. And I don't know if we resolve it through a new master servicing plan, or we can resolve it other ways. But something has to be done, and I'm in agreement. Let's put the horse before the cart, because if we put the cart before the horse, we're in trouble.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Simpson, I saw your hand.
Thank you, Chair. If I could just add, with regard to the master servicing plan completed in 2013, and especially with regard to the Everett subdivision decision that was made by the Ontario Land Tribunal in June, there's a substantial difference between what was envisioned in 2013 and what is now being put forward and what has now been approved by the Ontario Land Tribunal. And I think it helps if, with those changes, I think it's a very good idea for us to be proactive and address this before we see any subdivision agreement, before we see an agreement on the wastewater facility as well. I think it's better that we get ahead of this than try and fix it later. So that's my position. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to go back to Mr. Wargall. I share the concerns that the Deputy Mayor has for potential actions or delays that potentially this would cause. And with the unknown of the OLT decision, what the legal ramifications are for the existing MSP and the developer and developers in the community. Can I ask what the recommendation of staff would be with this topic?
Your Worship, we understand that Council needs a full and thorough update on Everett with regards to the MSP and what's happened already with the OLT decision and future steps. So we would recommend that Council has a workshop with our consultants, with our engineering consultants, and our legal consultants, and actually get everybody up to speed, have some open conversation. So just to have a report, it wouldn't necessarily answer all of Council's questions. So if we could have an interactive session with the consultants, have them bring us up to speed, how everything actually started off, how it's worked its way through, the proposed infrastructure, what we're looking at for growth, what the decisions were related to Everett as far as the OLT decision, If we can have some open discussion with our consultants, I think it would go a long way.
Okay, thank you. So with that, again, I would echo on the side of caution here for council that we do need to take our time and make sure that we are taking the right steps for this process. So Councillor Mills, you for the comment?
Yeah, I'm just wondering, are these consultants the same consultants that did the first master servicing plan in 2013?
Through your worship, it would be the same consultants.
Well, I don't know what they're going to add to it other than the fact that they think that their master servicing plan is going to be in compliance. So I'm sorry, like I put this forward because if we don't do this, we're going to, the taxpayers of this township are going to be paying dearly in the future. And I just don't want to see another Colgan on our hands, to be honest with you.
Okay. And I appreciate that comment. I do believe, though, to my comments earlier, the taxpayers will be paying dearly for inaction reactive action here to rush something when we don't have all the information to make an informed decision this evening on what it's going to cost, what it's going to delay a development, what are the legal ramifications, what are the engineering ramifications for a developer that we've worked hand in hand in good faith for the last decade.
I don't think I don't agree with that statement. I don't agree with that statement. Point of order. I'm sorry. You're making some assumptions that aren't backed by anything.
So the recommendation for staff is to hold a workshop with council. Council actually, in fact, got an email today about that. We are going to discuss that in our new business this evening on our council agenda as to setting a date for that meeting and time. So I think the work that council and the knowledge that council could learn from a workshop with these consultants, whether they be the past ones or new ones, I think the opportunity here is for council to be brought up to speed on the development in Everett, what the new numbers proposed look like. And after that meeting, have a discussion as to whether or not we would need to go through a new master service plan, whether or not we could do a desktop review of the current master service plan, or whether there's other options that none of us have considered here tonight. So I think there's an opportunity here, and I caution council on going through to the next step of this, because we are initiating, with the passing of this motion, a master servicing plan for the existing development proposed and new development in Everett. And that is what this motion does. So I would like to be clear that that could lead us down a path which could affect this township greatly and our tax dollars as well. Councillor O'Leary, then Deputy Mayor Locks. I believe I saw your hand. Okay. And then Councillor Meadows.
Through the chair, I'm in agreement. I'm not going to jump to a conclusion that we should automatically go to a new servicing plan. I think that we should give staff direction to bring forward everybody necessary to resolve all the issues and questions. And after that meeting, then we make a determination whether we need a new master servicing plan. But until then, it's no use jumping to conclusions without answers. We need the answers. In theory, yes, maybe there are issues, but without them giving us their professional opinion, we don't know that for sure. So I would go for a motion to have staff prepare a meeting with everybody required for this servicing contract. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. We're going to Deputy Mayor Locks.
Yeah, thank you. And I want to reiterate, I don't have an issue with going with a new service plan. As long as it's not going to take us down a path, we're saying one path is going to be a path that's going to cost taxpayers dollars. the other path could cost the same amount or more. And I like Councillor O'Leary's suggestion there of if we're going to have a meeting in a couple weeks and just get some more information gathered to then make a better decision, I am all for that. I can't support jumping off the dock into the water and going for a master service plan right off the bat. I am extremely concerned about legal factors that may come to fruition.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Meadows.
Yes, I just got a question for Eric Wargel. With regards to the outflow location, do we have an authorized outflow location yet for the wastewater treatment plant?
Your worship, we haven't seen any finalized plans as far as the plant. I know they were looking at a few different options.
Well, therefore, we don't even have an outflow location for a wastewater treatment plant for development. And we got a master servicing plan that has it going into a certain location that was brought to council, yet it's not authorized. So how can we be in any legal ramifications by putting in a new master servicing plan if we don't even know where the outflow location is for the wastewater treatment plant? It doesn't make any sense.
Thank you.
So,
further questions, comments, or are we prepared to call a question? Or okay, I have Deputy Mayor Locks.
Yeah, I understand your point of view. I believe, from what I understand, the river has been chosen to where to go to. Yes, the exact point is not there. So if you can't wait for another 2 weeks to figure out maybe that they figured something out or they haven't figured out and we can get a better direction to go, I think you're jumping the gun by a couple weeks is all I'm saying. I don't see how us getting more information is gonna change, is gonna hurt.
Okay. So I've
And I'm truly concerned about legal. Yeah. So in 2 weeks, if we get more information and they say, you guys go and do whatever you want, I'll be okay. I'll give you the thumbs up. But if you don't want to wait 2 weeks, I'm sorry, I can't support this motion.
Councillor Borzos.
Yes, through the chair, thank you. I'd like to also exercise cooler heads prevail and follow Councillor O'Leary's lead. As much as I would like to pass this tonight, and I see the need and the necessity for this, especially, anyways, I think we need a session on this one, but I also would like to ask that staff brings us information in a comparative manner, not just let's have a consultation and chat about it. No, I want to see charts. I want to see tables. I want to see what was in numerically and quantitatively, what was in the 2013 plan and how does that compare to today in relations to the 475 homes that was done back in 12 years ago compared to the 1,952 homes. Then we are comparing apples to apples and not just talking about it and hoping that the idea is going to sink in somebody's head and then we can get away with it. No, we need numbers, we need empirical data to judge this, and based on that, we can make a decision. That's what I'd like to ask.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Meadows.
would you like me to table this then to put it forward at the next council meeting then? Defer it to the next meeting?
If you'd like to move a motion to do that, you're certainly welcome to.
It's just I have a concern that we're going to leave this to the last minute like everything else, and then we are going to be in a legal position and we are going to be stuck. And if we don't act on this ASAP, we're going to be done like dinner. You know, like we're going to be holding the bag.
So are we looking at?
Okay, then I'll defer to the next council meeting then. Put a motion to defer. Yeah.
Okay, so I have a motion to defer.
I'll put a motion forward to defer to the next meeting.
Do I have a seconder for that motion? Councillor Borzos? Okay. And just to your point, Councillor O'Leary, there is a potential date that we will discuss under new business for this meeting. All right, so on the motion to defer, all those in favor? That is carried. All right, so we're on to 17.2, which is a notice of motion from Deputy Mayor Locks regarding the Hockley drinking water system. Whereas it is the role of council to maintain the financial integrity of the municipality and to determine which services the municipality provides. And whereas the municipality-owned Hockley drinking water system only has 14 service connections and is not financially viable. Now therefore be it resolved that staff be directed to investigate and provide a report to council on options for the decommissioning of the Hockley drinking water system and the installation of private servicing for the 14 homes serviced by the Hockley drinking water system. Deputy Mayor, I'm assuming you are moving that. Do I have a seconder for that motion? Councillor O'Leary. Back to Deputy Mayor for initial comments.
Thank you, through your worship. Yeah, just my thoughts of we keep bouncing around and worrying about Colgan and worrying about Everett's water systems and wastewater systems. And obviously, as Councillor Meadows has described, there's some issues down in Hockley, and it's far from a sustainable water system. So I was hoping that staff could look into whether this was even feasible to put private wells in and have get rid of our service needs down there, and ideally hoping that a ROI would be 5 to 10 years, because I think we just keep dumping money down there to maintain a system that ideally doesn't work properly. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor O'Leary.
To the chair, my question is to James. My understanding is that we just upgraded the pipe and connections down there last year, did we? Or it was suggested it be done? I'm just wondering, was it done, or?
Mr. Johnson.
The chair, in terms of upgrading systems, the only network that was, or pipes that were upgraded last year was Loretto. So I'm not aware of any upgrades to Hockley that occurred last year.
Okay. Okay. Councillor Meadows.
Yeah, I when I saw this, Mayor Locks, great idea, fabulous idea. And I brought it forward at the last term of council. When we looked it up, the MOECP would not allow us to do it. Number one, the lots are too small and the wells would be too close to the septic systems. And the other issue was about decommissioning communal water system to put in wells by the MOECP was a no-no or something like that. It's going backwards rather than forward. So I did look into this. I mean, I'm fine looking into it again, but we were told by the MOECP that it couldn't be done. So I think it's a great idea, because it'd be a lot cheaper doing it that way than a whole system.
Thank you, Councillor Meadows. I don't ever recall seeing anything come to council for a report from the MOECP.
No, that's because I believe it was Nelson Santos looked into it prior to bringing a report to council. So
okay, so we
were looking into alternate things in Hockley, because it was going to be $1.2 million to put in the new piping in for the Hockley system, and because it wasn't a full loop system, it was only a partial loop system. So to make things work properly, they needed to put in a full loop, and it was going to be $1.2 million. Okay. So then we looked at.
What I'm getting at though is that council never provided direction.
No,
for staff to do it. So I think we have an opportunity here to provide some direction to staff to actually thoroughly investigate this with the ministry and get an answer back.
Yeah,
whether that's possible.
Yeah.
All right. Any other comments or questions? Okay. It is moved and seconded. All those in favor? And that is carried. Okay, so we're on to 17.3, which is a notice motion from Councillor Simpson with regards to additional residential units in the Oak Ridges Moraine. And it reads, whereas the Township of Adjala-Tosorontio received a letter from the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, the Honourable Paul Calandra, on November 28th, 2024, stating the intent of the province to ensure that municipalities allow up to 3 units per lot as a right without the need to apply for rezoning, resulting in 2 additional residential units, ARUs, per lot in serviced settlement areas of the municipality. And whereas the federal government has initiated the Canada Secondary Suite Program loan program to provide residents the opportunity to avail of incentives and loans up to $80,000 at low interest rates to ensure that Canada can build a supply of homes to make housing affordable for every generation. And whereas residents in all parts of the township are able to avail of these incentives to build ARUs, except those living within the boundaries of the Oak Ridges Moraine. And whereas residents in Ward 1 and 2 who live within the Oak Ridges Moraine are unable to take advantage of the federal and provincial incentives to build even a single ARU within their lots, either a basement suite or an ancillary garden suite on their properties due to the current prohibition within the Oak Ridges Moraine Conservation Act. And whereas allowing for multifamily residential units with ARUs in the Oak Ridges Moraine would permit for older residents to stay in their homes for longer and further allow for younger people and families to live in their own units with their own independence to allow them to save money to one day afford their own home. Now therefore be it resolved that the province be requested to amend the Oak Ridges Moraine Conservation Plan to permit for a minimum of 1 ARU generally, or for 2 ARUs in the aggregate basement unit and ancillary units such as a garden suite or a garage unit for all existing residential lots over 4 acres located within the Oak Ridges Moraine Conservation Plan. And further, that a copy of this resolution be forwarded to the Honourable Doug Ford, Premier, Honourable Paul Calandra, Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, Brian Saunderson, MPP, Simcoe Grey, and all MPPs within the Oak Ridges Moraine Plan, to the Association of Municipalities of Ontario, and to all municipalities within the Oak Ridges Moraine Conservation Plan. So I have that moved by Councillor Simpson. And do I have a seconder for that motion? Councillor O'Leary. And back to you, Councillor Simpson, for first comment.
Thank you, Your Worship. So with regard to the Oak Ridges Moraine plan and the current prohibition, at present, residents in our municipality are unable to put a kitchen in the basement of their homes if you live within the Oak Ridges Moraine. And what that does is you're not able to get funding under the Canada Secondary Suite Loan Program. And that's a detriment to residents within the Oak Ridges Moraine because they're allowed to have bathrooms, they're allowed to have bedrooms in their basement, but they're not allowed to have kitchens. And so this is one of those things where, especially in light of our housing targets and all the changes that the province is trying to do, I think it's one of those things that perhaps that isn't on their agenda that perhaps they've missed. And this is just trying to bring it to their attention. And the reason that I'm bringing it forward now is because the last time the Oak Ridges Moraine policy was reviewed was 10 years ago, and it was in 2015. In 2022, there was a review with regard to taking certain lands out of the Oak Ridges Moraine, but not a wholesome review. So there is going to be a review potentially happening later this year. So I just want this to be on their agenda when that comes up. And it is a request to the province asking them to review that. And I think it would be beneficial for our residents. I've also had many residents ask that their children or their parents be allowed to have a garden suite or a garage over the garage unit so that they can have their own independence. And be able to live close by. And I think that's not an unreasonable ask for our residents. And it does allow for multi-generational families on larger lots. So That's the intent. This is intended to make sure that that can happen and make sure that that can be accommodated in our township. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions, comments from council? Councillor Meadows?
First of all, it's against the provincial policy statement, which was just changed recently, which stated what you can and cannot do on conservation lands. There's a reason why there's conservation lands, to protect and conserve the wildlife that's in our wonderful township. Same as agricultural lands. Not allowed to build houses on agricultural lands. So what I'm concerned about here is you have different areas in the Oak Ridges Moraine. You got ANSI lands, you got all sorts of other different divisions, agricultural, all sorts of divisions. And there is a mandate within the conservation lands on what you can and you can't build. And when people buy these, lots, they know what you're allowed to build and what you're not allowed to build. So now you want to build 2 or 3 units on a protected, that's what it says here. You got 2 ARUs in the aggregate basement unit and the auxiliary unit and the garden suite unit, like up to 4 units. It's right here, or on 4 acres located within the Oak Ridges Marine Conservation Lands. I'm totally against building in the conservation lands. They're there for a reason. They've been mandated by the province. They've been protected by the province for a reason. And I'm just not in favor of it.
Okay. Councillor O'Leary?
To the chair, I think maybe you misunderstood he's asking for us as a township to write a letter to the provincial government to inquire if there is a possibility in the future that this can be done. We're not deciding to let them build something. We're asking them that, is there a possibility that in the future it can be done? And I think it's a good request. I don't know if everybody has an opinion, and I think it's a good request. Anyways, thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Laux?
Thank you through the chair. I've had some wholesome discussions with Councillor Simpson over this, and my only thing that I think the wording of the motion is a bit lengthy and might not be needed as long, and I believe I would come to a agreement to send a consideration to the Oak Ridges Moraine if they're doing a review of their plan on Councillor Simpson's notice of motion of adding auxiliary units. Just asking them to see what they would say, not telling them to do anything, not telling the government that we want to push to get something done like this. They're reviewing their plan, and just to see if they would consider something like this from their perspective. Thank you.
Any other comments, questions? Okay. I'm going to speak on this as well. I'm a bit concerned, just again, with some of the wording. We have a provincial government that's been returned to office for 4 years, and I don't believe that they will be looking at conservation acts or lands anytime soon. But my concern would be that, and somewhat similar to the deputy mayors, is that the request should be to the province to review the Oak Ridges Marine Conservation Plan to seek what clarifications would be required for an ARU potentially in the House, because the understanding that I have of the Oak Ridges Moraine is any undisturbed area or natural feature is not going to be built on. Whereas there are some lands that are already disturbed indoor around homes and things like that, where a garden suite might be able to be permitted. But it's going to be on really one-offs. Like, they're not going to be generally permitted in the Oak Ridges Moraine unless they can meet some, I would imagine, some stringent guidelines. So I'm okay with that. But what I'm concerned about is some of the wording, because it indicates that in the first paragraph that Mr. Calander's letter to the municipality said that they would only provide 2 additional residential units per lot in serviced settlement areas. And there are no serviced settlement areas in the Oak Ridge Marine. And that the ARUs then would be permitted generally on 4 acres, which I would think is fine. But if you have, let's say you have a 10 acre or a 4 or 5 acre parcel of land, but only a half acre is developable, then do you take the 4 acres of land or 5 or 10 acres that you actually own but can't develop on as the guiding point, or do you take the half acre that you can only develop on as the standard? So I'd be okay with asking the province or sending a letter from the municipality. What I'm not okay is saying what we want to see changed and allowing the province to open up the legislation to seek feedback from municipalities on what they would prefer to have in the Oak Ridge and Marine, rather than just insinuate that they should be, because of their previous policies, that we should be allowed two additional units on a lot. So that would be my concern. Councillor Simpson?
Through the chair, I appreciate all the comments. I think with regard to one comment that Councillor Meadows noted, this is 1 ARU generally, which would be a basement unit, or 2 ARUs in the aggregate. So that is where it would be a basement unit along with a garden suite or a garage unit. And with regard to Mayor Anderson's point, I fully understand what you're saying. I don't mean to say that this proposal or this notice of motion is to basically say that people can just do whatever they want in the Oak Ridges. It's that they would be in compliance with the Oak Ridges Moraine plan, and it's more to allow the province to put something forward and certainly to review this at a future date. To that end, I would be willing to change the wording, amend the wording to note the province be requested to review the Oak Ridges Moraine Conservation Plan to permit for minimum ARUs generally, or to, if that would get the support of council.
Okay. Councillor Meadows?
Yeah, oh, sorry. Thanks. If it was an ARU in the primary building, the primary aggregate, I have no problem. It's when you start building secondary suites, like you have here, a garden suite, or a possible garage unit. If there's no garage on the property, are you then allowed to build a garage unit and a garden suite? So that's 3 units. I'm just going by the way the wording is on here. Yeah, you're going to be able to build a new garage with an apartment on top of it in the Oak Ridges Moraine, which you can't do right now. Exactly, and that's what I'm against. So if it was a unit inside the primary residence that's already there, I have no problem with it. It's just adding new. What's it, like? I'd like to know what
you're prepared to amend that to soften language. So I think, Madam Clerk, I think you might have something there, but I think Councillor Simpson also suggested maybe we could amend that that the province could review instead of amend. But could you provide maybe some clarity on that paragraph, the second last paragraph?
Yes, through your worship to council, based on the conversation that I've heard and the language used by Councillor Simpson, I would recommend the following amendment be tabled by council, that the main motion be amended by deleting paragraph 6 and replacing with the following. Now therefore be it resolved that the province be requested to review the Oak Ridges Moraine Conservation Plan to permit an ARU.
So, Madam Clerk, I think we could just say to permit ARUs. And you could even go with generally within the Oak Ridges Marine. Is that satisfactory, Councillor Simpson? Okay, so that's a motion to amend. So we'd have to take a vote on that. So I would need a mover for that. So you're comfortable with moving that as well. So Councillor Simpson, seconded by Councillor Borzos on the amendment only. Any further questions on that? And all those in favor? That's carried. And then we're back to the main motion. So that's with the amended paragraph. Any further comments on the main motion? Seeing none. So it's moved by Councillor Simpson, seconded by Councillor O'Leary. And all those in favor as the made motion amended? Sure. Madam Clerk, the Councillor Meadows has requested to record vote.
Thank you, Your Worship. Calling a recorded vote on the main motion as amended, starting with Councillor Meadows, in favor or against?
Against.
Councillor Borzos, in favor or against?
In favor.
Councillor Cox is absent this evening. Councillor O'Leary, in favor or against?
In favor.
Councillor Simpson, in favor or against?
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Laux, in favor or against?
In favor.
And Mayor Anderson, in favor or against?
Against?
That's 4 in favor and 2 against.
Thank you. That's carried for the 2. All right, so we're on to, sorry, I should ask if council, if there are any notices of motion that they would like to give at this time. Okay. All right, seeing no other comments there. So we're on to 18. And as I indicated earlier, Madam Clerk sent an email out to council today, and I know I'm going off off script here, but I do wish to confirm, since we had this discussion earlier, for an Everett visioning historical meeting for development and settlement area. It was proposed that I will, do you just respond to that email? So I will make sure, thank you. So I don't have to find it. So the proposed meeting date would be Friday, March 28th, 2025, which is a Friday at 1 p.m. And we'd probably do it in the public room with the number of guests we would have with us. So any comments on that? Can everyone make the 28th work?
Yeah, I sent my letter off already to the clerk, so.
Okay, so we do have quorum, we do have quorum confirmed for the 28th then at 1 p.m. Okay, thank you. All right, so council, that concludes the regular session of the meeting. We did have one outstanding item in closed session. So council will reconvene in closed session. So let me get my motion here ready here. So,
Your Worship, may I request a motion to extend beyond 10 p.m. before we convene in closed?
thank you. I was hoping we'd be, you know, if we were done. Okay. If I could have a mover for a motion to extend the meeting past the hour of 10 p.m. I have Councillor O'Leary, seconded by Deputy Mayor Laux. All those in favor? And that is carried. Okay. So the motion would be that council convene in closed session pursuant to, are we going to, sorry, Madam Clerk, I'm just looking for direction here.
Sure, Your Worship, may I recommend the motion read that pursuant to Section 239(2) of the Municipal Act 2001, Council of the Township of Adjala-Tosorontio convene in closed session at 9:54 p.m. to address the following item: confidential staff report HR 2025-002, personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees, staffing matters.
Okay, thank you. So that is the motion. Do I have a mover for that motion? I have Councillor Simpson and second by Councillor Borzos. All those in favor of that motion? And that is carried. And to those in the audience, we will be staying in here for the closed session. So if you could please vacate. And to all other staff members, thank you for your attendance this evening.
Don't forget.
Okay, thank you. So council, we're going to come out of closed session. So I need a motion to reconvene in open session. I'm going to do this all in one motion. So that reconvene, that council of the Township of Adjala-Tosorontio reconvene in open session at 10:49 p.m. and report on closed session items. And that council went in closed session to discuss confidential staff reports HR 2024-002 personnel matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees, staff matters, and that staff proceed as directed in camera. Do I have a motion for that? Okay, so I have Deputy Mayor Locke, seconded by Councillor Simpson. All those in favor? And that is carried. All right, so we're on to item 19, which is confirmation bylaw 19.1, 2025-020. So the bylaw 2025-020 being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the council of the Township of Adjala-Tosorontio at its regular council meeting held on March 12, 2025 be enacted. A mover, please. Councillor Simpson, seconded by Deputy Mayor Locke. All those in favor? And that is carried. And we are adjourned at 10:50 p.m.